Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1, Ravine of the Damned. The discovery was accidental, a glint of plastic half buried beneath a tangle of dead branches. Liam, ever the observant one, spotted it first. He nudged it with his hiking pole, the faint click echoing unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the ravine. It was a GoPro, its casing scuffed and scratched, the lens smeared with mud and something else, something darker, something that looked suspiciously like dried blood. Intrigue battled with unease. Their planned hike was already off-trail, venturing deep into a section of the Appalachian Trail notorious for its treacherous terrain and unnerving isolation. This find only amplified the unsettling atmosphere. Sarah, ever the cautious one, voiced her reservations. Mark, ever the thrill-seeker, was already reaching for the camera. "Don't," Sarah hissed, but Mark was already fiddling with the tiny device. The GoPro powered on, its screen flickering to life, displaying a timestamp, 3 days prior. The initial footage showed seemingly ordinary hiking scenery, towering trees, moss-covered rocks, a rushing stream, but the camera's erratic movements hinted at something more. The steady pace of the hikers' trek soon gave way to clumsy, hurried steps, often interrupted by long pauses where the camera remained static, pointed at the ground or at the sky. The video quality was inconsistent, blurring at times, yet the setting became undeniably more menacing. The light shifted, growing strangely dim even though the sky remained clear. The soundtrack of the video, however, became the most unsettling element, a low, guttural growl, seemingly emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once, was interspersed with the audio of the wind whistling through the trees and the trickle of the stream. The hikers' breathing became more labored, heavy gasps interspersed with coughs and a series of strangled sounds that sent a shiver down their spines. The camera frequently pointed at seemingly nothing, lingering on empty stretches of trail or focusing intently on patches of earth. The hiker's movements became increasingly erratic. He seemed agitated, disoriented, constantly looking over his shoulder. Then, the growling intensified, morphing into a chorus of unsettling sounds, a cacophony of whispers, screeches, and the constant scraping sound that seemed to come from just beyond the lens's range. As the days progressed, or rather, as the footage progressed, the environment transformed. The beauty of the forest seemed to vanish, replaced by an oppressive gloom. The colors seemed to drain from the landscape, leaving behind a bleak, desaturated canvas of browns and grays. The trail became overgrown, winding through a tangled maze of vegetation that seemed to move of its own accord, encroaching upon the camera's view, snaking around the hikers' feet. The branches began to contort, the gnarled limbs resembling skeletal fingers reaching out. The rocks took on strange, unsettling shapes, becoming anthropomorphic in their configuration, as if the landscape itself was shifting, writhing. The hiker started to stumble, falling frequently. His breathing grew shallower, his movements more spasmodic. The video footage showed him repeatedly checking his pockets, his expression one of abject terror. He appeared to be searching for something, his eyes wide with panic, his lips moving silently, murmuring words they couldn't decipher. The growling became a constant, bone-chilling accompaniment to the footage, occasionally punctuated by what sounded like the snapping of bones. Then, an image of particular horror, the camera fell to the ground, its view tilted, capturing a fleeting glimpse of something large and dark, moving quickly amidst the trees. It was indistinct, too fast for them to comprehend what it was, but its shadowy form, its unnatural speed, sent a wave of icy fear through them. The camera remained on the ground, rolling slowly, before coming to rest, its lens pointed at the sky. The audio of the growing intensified and morphed into piercing screams, high-pitched, desperate cries that were abruptly cut short. The screams were intermingled with a low, guttural, throaty growl that seemed to echo from somewhere close by. The growls seemed to emanate from a distance, then became much closer, until they were right by the camera. Silence followed. A prolonged, unnerving silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the low, almost imperceptible sounds of what sounded like the chewing of something. The camera's battery died shortly after, leaving them in the chilling quiet of the ravine with the image of that shadowy form lingering in their memory. Liam quickly retrieved his phone, wanting to contact the police. However, Sarah noticed that the cell service was erratic. After multiple attempts, it showed they had no service at all. The implications hit them. They were completely isolated. The ravine's malevolent presence seemed to have closed in, trapping them with the chilling memory of the GoPro footage. The hike back felt different. The familiar trees appeared twisted, the rocks seemed menacing. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep, every shadow held a lurking horror. The previously enjoyable landscape now felt hostile, as if the very environment was conspiring against them, feeding off their fear. Days turned into weeks. They never formally reported their discovery, consumed by a creeping dread that would not let them speak of what they had seen. The footage remained, a haunting reminder of the secrets the ravine held, a digital testament to the chilling silence, the growling, and the unspeakable horror it had witnessed, and had seemingly swallowed whole. The chilling image of the shadowy form haunted their dreams, the screams echoed in their ears, and the growling followed them like a malevolent shadow even years later. The ravine of the damned had claimed another victim, and its secrets still clung to them, a terrible burden they would carry to their graves. It was as if the very landscape itself was a sentient being, silently observing them, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. The silence in the ravine, the silence in their lives, was never truly broken. The hiker's frantic movements intensified. He stumbled, his backpack hitting the ground with a dull thud. The camera, still clutched in his trembling hand, captured the chaotic scene, a blurred mess of rocks, trees, and the hiker's increasingly desperate attempts to regain his footing. He was muttering now, unintelligible words escaping his lips, punctuated by ragged breaths that sounded strained and painful. The previously muted soundscape of the ravine intensified, a low, guttural growl now accompanied by a chorus of whispers, so faint they were almost imperceptible, yet chillingly present. The camera lens focused on a section of rock face, momentarily still. Etched into the stone were symbols, strange, angular markings that defied any known language or script. They were intricate and unsettling, pulsating with a sense of malevolent energy, and the longer the camera lingered on them, the more distorted they seemed to become. The symbols seemed to shift and writhe within the confines of the camera's view, as if alive, possessing a sinister sentience. The hiker, oblivious to the camera's focus, turned away from the rock face, his gaze darting nervously from side to side. He was clearly disoriented, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. He began to climb a steep incline, his progress hampered by the uneven terrain and his own growing distress. The camera jostled violently, creating a nauseating effect for the viewers, mirroring the hiker's increasing disarray. The light in the ravine seemed to grow even dimmer, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed around the hiker, adding to the unnerving atmosphere. The shadows seemed sentient, moving independently of the trees and rocks they should have been cast from, as if they were entities in their own right. They stretched and twisted, mimicking the grotesque symbols on the rock face, creating an illusion of movement, a sense of something lurking just beyond the camera's field of vision. A particularly unnerving sequence showed the hiker stopping abruptly, his body rigid with fear. He turned slowly, his eyes wide with terror, and stared into something just outside the frame. The camera shook violently, as if he'd been violently pushed or pulled. The audio was filled with strangled gasps and a series of high-pitched screams that were cut short by a bone-chilling growl. The growls followed and intensified, growing closer, until they were almost directly on the lens. The effect was deeply disorienting, making the viewer feel as though they themselves were being stalked. The subsequent footage was even more disturbing. The hiker appeared to be losing his grip on reality. He was talking to himself now, his words becoming increasingly incoherent, a mixture of fear, despair, and what sounded like delusional ramblings. His face was contorted, his eyes bloodshot and filled with an unfathomable horror. The camera would focus on him and then swing off to show something else, something equally terrifying. A fleeting glimpse of a distorted shadow streaking through the trees, moving with impossible speed and then vanishing into nothingness. A glimpse of a shape moving between the dense foliage of trees that seemed too large to be any known creature. Then a long, lingering shot of the symbols carved into the stone face, their markings now even more distorted, seeming to writhe and shift in the diminishing light. His breathing became labored and ragged, his body racked with violent tremors. He clutched his head, as if trying to stave off something intensely painful or terrifying. His movements became increasingly erratic, a desperate struggle against an unseen force. The camera fell again, this time tumbling down a rocky slope, its perspective skewed and disorienting. The footage was a chaotic jumble of rocks, branches, and the fading form of the hiker. The camera finally came to rest against a large boulder, its lens pointing upward toward the overcast sky. The audio was a cacophony of sounds, the relentless growling, the whispers, and the hiker's increasingly desperate cries. These cries were punctuated by the sound of something large and heavy dragging across the earth, accompanied by sickening crunching sounds that suggested something was being crushed. The dragging sound stopped, followed by a prolonged period of silence, broken only by the drip of water. Then, a low growl resonated through the ravine. The final moments of the footage were marked by an oppressive silence. The camera's battery finally died, leaving only the lingering image of the sky, a chilling testament to the horror that had transpired. Liam, Sarah, and Mark exchanged horrified glances. The silence of the ravine pressed in on them, amplifying the terror they just witnessed. The images and sounds burned themselves onto their minds, haunting their thoughts even as they attempted to absorb the horrifying conclusion of the footage. The hike out was a slow, torturous process, every sound amplified by the weight of their newfound dread. The familiar sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, were twisted into sinister omens, fueling the growing sense of unease. Shadows seemed to stretch and lengthen, taking on menacing shapes. Every gust of wind sounded like a menacing growl, and each shadow hinted at something lurking just beyond sight. The sun, even as it filtered through the trees, had a malevolent quality. The rocks and trees now looked distorted, their forms shifting, seemingly responding to their fear. The ravine itself seemed to pulse with a dark energy, feeding off their growing terror. The experience transcended the simple viewing of a video. It was a visceral, immersive descent into darkness, a haunting glimpse into a realm of unimaginable horror. The silence that blanketed them was more terrifying than any sound. It was not just the imagery, the horrific sounds, or the sense of impending doom that filled them with dread. It was the realization that they had glimpsed something ancient, something primal, something that lay hidden beneath the surface of the seemingly serene forest. The feeling of being watched, of being followed, intensified with every step. The oppressive weight of the ravine's presence grew stronger as they slowly made their way out, its evil clinging to them like a second skin. The sounds of the wind that howled seemed to taunt them with the chilling echoes of the screams and growls they'd witnessed. Days bled into weeks, and the experience continued to cast a long shadow over their lives. They tried to rationalize what they had seen, to find a logical explanation for the events captured on the GoPro. But the raw, unfiltered fear, the chilling images, and the gut-wrenching sounds remained, unwilling to be dismissed or explained away. They felt stalked, haunted by the echoes of the growls, and their dreams were consumed by the shadowy form that had flashed across the camera lens. The events felt too real, too visceral, too deeply embedded in their consciousness to be easily forgotten. Even years later, the memory of the ravine remained a fresh wound, a constant reminder of the unspeakable horror they had witnessed. The once comforting wilderness had transformed into a place of dread, a landscape forever tainted by the malevolent presence they had encountered. The silence of that ravine, a silence punctuated by the screams and growls of their digital nightmare, continued to echo in their hearts, a reminder of the horrors that lay hidden just beneath the surface of the mundane. It became a silent pact they shared, a constant companion, a grim testament to the inescapable terror of the ravine of the damned. The experience changed them irrevocably, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. The shadows they saw in the ravine, and the silence that followed, became the silent screams of their own memories, a constant reminder of the nightmare they could never truly escape. The ravine, and the horrors it contained, was always watching, always waiting. The camera, now lying almost still against the boulder, continued to record. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper sliced through the lingering silence, a sibilant sound that seemed to emanate from the very rocks themselves. It was followed by another, and then another, a chorus of whispers growing in intensity, weaving together into a cacophony of unintelligible murmurs. The hiker, if he were still alive, remained unseen. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow flickered across the camera's lens, a dark shape that moved with unnatural speed, too fast to be identified, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. The whispers intensified, morphing into a guttural growl that resonated through the ravine, shaking the very ground beneath the camera. The growl reverberated, a low, primal sound that spoke of ancient evil and immeasurable power. It was a sound that seemed to burrow into the listener's very soul, a chilling testament to the malevolence that pervaded the ravine. The camera's lens, still pointed skyward, captured a distorted image of the trees above. Branches seemed to writhe and twist, defying the gentle breeze that barely stirred them. The shadows, elongated and distorted by the failing light, moved independently, creating an illusion of movement, of unseen beings lurking amongst the foliage. It was as if the very forest itself was alive, participating in the unfolding horror. Then, a disembodied voice, high-pitched and chilling, echoed through the ravine. It was a fragmented scream, a woman's cry, laced with anguish and terror, seemingly originating from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was abruptly cut short by a sickening crunch, followed by more of those guttural growls, now punctuated by the sound of something large and heavy dragging across the ground. The sound was close to the camera, and the dragging noise produced horrifying scraping sounds, as though bone was being crushed. The camera's limited battery power continued to dwindle. The light faded, the image growing increasingly grainy and obscured. Yet, within the increasingly indistinct images, fleeting glimpses of horrifying things were seen. A glimpse of a pale, elongated hand reaching out from behind a tree, its fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. A brief image of a distorted face, its features twisted in an expression of unimaginable rage and hatred. The face was barely visible, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a chilling echo of terror. The whispers and growls became more insistent, drawing closer, circling the camera. The sounds themselves seemed to have a physical presence, a weight that pressed down on the viewer, a crushing sense of dread that transcended the visual. It felt as though the very air itself was vibrating with malevolent energy, a palpable force that threatened to overwhelm the senses. Then, a moment of almost unbearable silence. The growls and whispers ceased. The only sound was the steady drip, drip, drip of water falling from a nearby rock face. The silence was more terrifying than any sound, an oppressive void filled with an unspoken horror. It was the silence of anticipation, the silence before the storm. After what felt like an eternity, another sound emerged from the silence, the sound of something large shifting in the undergrowth, a rustle of leaves, a snapping of twigs, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from directly beneath the camera. The growl intensified, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, a sound that was closer now, impossibly close. The final image the GoPro captured was of the dirt and rocks directly beneath the camera, slightly disturbed and scattered, as if something huge had just moved past and away. Then, darkness. The camera's battery finally died, leaving behind a final image of static and the lingering echoes of the unsettling sounds. The silence, however, wasn't empty. It was filled with the resonance of unseen horror, a terrifying testament to the power of the supernatural presence that had overtaken the ravine. The absence of sound was more terrifying than any shriek or growl. Liam, Sarah, and Mark sat in stunned silence, the impact of what they had witnessed slowly sinking in. The raw, unfiltered footage had transported them to the heart of the horror, leaving them shaken and disturbed. The fear they had felt during the initial viewing had now deepened, a chilling realization that they had witnessed something far beyond their comprehension. This wasn't simply a hiker's accident. It was something far more sinister, something that defied explanation. The details, the flickering shadows, the disembodied voices, the unnatural movements of the trees, everything pointed to a supernatural presence, something malevolent and ancient that dwelled within the ravine. The symbols on the rock face, too, seemed to take on a new significance. They were not just markings, they were gateways, portals to another realm, a realm of unimaginable horror. The unsettling feeling that had enveloped them during their hike back intensified. They were not merely observers, they felt hunted, watched, somehow connected to the events they had witnessed. The shadows that danced around them on the return trek now seemed more menacing, more purposeful, as if the unseen presence that had stalked the hiker was now stalking them. The memory of the ravine itself had been irrevocably altered. The once serene landscape was now a place of dread, forever tainted by the supernatural events that had unfolded. The familiar sights and sounds of the forest were now twisted into sinister omens, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, a potential harbinger of terror. The light, once comforting, now seemed ominous, casting elongated shadows that danced and writhed, mimicking the movements of the shadowy figures they had glimpsed on the GoPro. The events of that day burrowed deep into their consciousness, a chilling reminder of the unseen world that existed just beneath the surface of reality. The rational explanations seemed inadequate, unable to capture the raw terror of the experience. The whispers, the growls, the disembodied voices, they were indelibly etched into their memories, haunting their thoughts and dreams. Sleep became a battlefield, a constant struggle against nightmares filled with distorted shadows, guttural growls, and the chilling screams of the unseen victims of the ravine. The three friends found themselves drawn together, their shared trauma creating a bond that was both comforting and terrifying. They talked endlessly about what they'd seen, searching for answers, for a way to make sense of the horrors they'd witnessed, but found none. Days turned into weeks, and the weeks bled into months. But the memory of the ravine, the raw, terrifying power of its supernatural presence, remained. It was a constant reminder of the terrifying fragility of their reality, a constant gnawing feeling that they were not alone, that they were being watched, that the shadows of the ravine were always lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. The silence of the ravine, the oppressive quietude that followed the screams and growls, was a constant presence in their minds, a haunting melody that echoed the unspeakable horror they had witnessed. They knew, with a chilling certainty, that the ravine had claimed its victims, and it was only a matter of time before it claimed more. The ravine of the damned was not just a place, it was a predator, waiting patiently, its hunger insatiable. The silence that remained in the wake of the horror was, in itself, the most haunting thing of all. The silence that screamed. The whispers intensified, becoming a swirling vortex of sound that seemed to press against the camera lens. The image, already grainy from the failing light, became even more distorted, the colors bleeding together into a nauseating swirl of browns and greens. The hiker, if he was still there, remained completely out of frame, hidden within the suffocating darkness of the ravine. A sudden, jarring shift in the camera angle. It wasn't a smooth movement. It was jerky, abrupt, as if someone or something had violently knocked the GoPro. The lens swung wildly, capturing a fragmented view of twisted branches and the disturbed earth before settling, with a sickening thud, on a patch of damp ground. The image stabilized for a brief moment, revealing a chilling sight, the hiker's boots, muddy and caked with dirt, lying motionless amidst the undergrowth. His legs were visible, extending from the boots, seemingly lifeless and slumped awkwardly. A high-pitched wail, barely audible above the rustling leaves and the whispering wind, pierced the silence. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, a cry that seemed to claw its way out from the deepest recesses of despair. The sound was quickly followed by a series of muffled thuds and scrapes, the disturbing sound of flesh against stone, of something heavy being dragged across the rough terrain. The camera, now completely still, remained focused on the hiker's legs. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a guttural chorus that seemed to surround the camera, closing in. The ground beneath the lens trembled, as if something immense was moving beneath the surface, a subterranean beast stirring in its slumber. The hiker's body, still out of frame, began to shudder violently. The camera shook slightly, mirroring the convulsive movements. Then, a hand, pale and impossibly long, reached into the frame, its fingers tipped with what looked disturbingly like razor-sharp claws. It snatched at the camera, a desperate, clawing motion, before being withdrawn as quickly as it appeared. The image was only fleeting, but the lingering impression was enough to etch itself onto the mind's eye, creating an image that was impossible to shake. The whispers turned into guttural growls, a cacophony of horrifying sounds that seemed to emanate from all directions. The image on the GoPro screen became erratic, flickering in and out of focus, as if someone or something was deliberately trying to obscure the view. The screen showed fragments of horrifying things, a fleeting glimpse of teeth, sharp and long, a glimpse of a distorted face twisted into an expression of pure, unhinged rage, flashes of something large and shadowy moving in the periphery. Then, a moment of absolute, terrifying silence. The growls and whispers ceased. The only sound was the steady drip, drip, drip of water, a rhythmic counterpoint to the overwhelming silence. The silence stretched out, an agonizing void filled with a palpable sense of dread. It was the silence of ultimate despair, the silence of a broken spirit. The silence was shattered by a series of increasingly frantic, distorted screams. They were guttural, animalistic cries, a horrifying blend of agony and rage that pierced the silence. The camera swayed violently, the image blurring into an indistinguishable mess of colors and shapes. It was clear the hiker was now in a state of extreme distress, fighting against an unseen force, his struggle for survival reflected in the chaotic movements of the GoPro. The final moments were a blur of motion, a nightmarish sequence of distorted images and chilling sounds. The camera fell over, its lens pointed at the sky, the last image being a chaotic jumble of leaves, dirt, and shadows. The sound of tearing fabric and the crunching of bones was followed by a final, desperate scream, cut short by a sickening thud. The screams were abruptly cut off, replaced by a low, guttural growl that resonated through the ravine, a sound that spoke of unspeakable evil. The growls and sounds of something monstrous moving subsided. Then, only silence. The silence of death. The GoPro's battery finally died, leaving behind a screen of static. The final image was a jarring blend of blurry, disoriented footage. The footage ended with a chilling freeze frame, a close-up of the disturbed earth, a single, muddy footprint imprinted in the soil, the sole of a worn hiking boot. The print was abnormally large, much bigger than any human foot. Liam, Sarah, and Mark stared at the screen, their faces pale with horror. The raw, unfiltered footage had shown them something beyond their worst nightmares. They had witnessed the disintegration of a human being, not from physical injury or accident, but from some terrible, unseen force. The horror of the final moments transcended the physical, piercing into their very souls. The silence in the room was deafening, heavier than the sounds of the ravine's horrors. The impact of what they'd seen slowly sunk in, settling like a cold weight in their chests. They felt a profound sense of helplessness, a chilling awareness of the vastness of the unknown. It was a terrifying realization that in the universe, there were forces far beyond human understanding, and forces that were out to consume. The experience left an indelible mark on them. They were no longer the same people who had set out on that hike. The naivete and carefree spirit that had characterized their journey had vanished, replaced by a pervasive sense of dread and a haunting awareness of the unseen world. The world around them felt different, somehow subtly altered by their encounter with the ravine's horrors. Ordinary sounds, the rustling of leaves, the creak of a branch, the distant call of an owl, all took on new, sinister meanings. The friends exchanged uneasy glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They were bound together by a shared trauma, a bond forged in the crucible of horror. They knew that the ravine held secrets far darker than they could have ever imagined. They were haunted not only by the images they had seen, but also by the feeling that they had only glimpsed a small fraction of the ravine's malevolence. A part of the ravine now resided within them, a chilling reminder of their encounter. The ravine was more than just a location, it was a presence, a sentient entity that preyed on the unsuspecting. The silence of the forest had never been so disturbing, and the nights that followed were filled with vivid, haunting nightmares. The memory of the hikers' final moments, captured in the last seconds of the GoPro footage, would forever remain etched in their minds. It was a chilling testament to the existence of a world beyond comprehension, a world of unimaginable horror, hidden just beneath the surface of reality. The silence that followed the final scream was, in itself, a terrifying sound, a testament to the unseen terror that haunted the ravine of the damned. And in that silence, they knew, the unseen horror lurked, waiting, patiently, and hungrily. The finality of it all was more terrifying than the ordeal itself, because it meant the ravine still held its secrets and it had claimed another soul. The ravine would claim more. The question was only when. The chilling silence of the small cabin was broken only by the erratic ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner. Liam, Sarah, and Mark sat huddled together, the faint glow of the laptop screen illuminating their pale faces. The GoPro footage, a nightmarish testament to the hikers' final moments, still replayed in their minds, a relentless loop of terror. The weight of what they had witnessed settled heavily in the room, a palpable sense of dread that clung to them like a shroud. "We can't just leave it like this," Sarah finally whispered, breaking the oppressive silence. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying the fear that gnawed at her insides. "We have to tell someone. The police, maybe the park rangers, someone needs to know about this." Mark, ever the pragmatist, nodded slowly. "We need more evidence. That footage is convincing, but it's still just one perspective. We need something to corroborate what we saw." He rubbed his tired eyes, the shadows under them deepening. The night had been long, filled with restless sleep and vivid nightmares. The images from the GoPro footage continued to haunt him, flickering at the edges of his consciousness. Liam, the most resilient of the three, suggested, "The missing hikers report, maybe there's more to it than they originally stated. We should look at the trail maps, See if there's any pattern, any other missing persons reports in the area. Their investigation began with the local sheriff's office. The missing persons report was disappointingly thin, filled with generic details and lacking any real clues. The hiker, Thomas Ashton, had been an experienced outdoorsman, and his disappearance was initially chalked up to an accident. However, Liam managed to obtain a copy of the official trail map and noticed something peculiar. Several other incidents of missing hikers, all within a 5-mile radius of the ravine, were marked with red pens, incidents that had been dismissed as accidents or unexplained disappearances. Armed with this new information, the trio returned to the ravine the following day. This time, they weren't just driven by morbid curiosity, they were fueled by a growing sense of urgency and a desire to uncover the truth. They were determined to find tangible evidence that would support their horrifying discovery. They were no longer just observers, they were investigators, driven by a shared sense of responsibility to prevent future tragedies. The ravine was different in the daylight. The oppressive darkness of the night was replaced by a stark, almost oppressive, clarity that highlighted the treacherous terrain. The sounds of the forest, once sinister, now felt more ominous. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, held a subtle threat. The whispers from the night before echoed only in their minds, a chilling reminder of the unseen horror they had encountered. They spent hours scouring the area, their eyes scanning the ground for any sign of Thomas Ashton or any indication of a struggle. They found scattered pieces of clothing, fragments of a torn shirt, a ripped pant leg, all consistent with the frantic movements depicted in the GoPro footage. Further down, they found a broken hiking stick, snapped cleanly in two, and a pile of disturbed earth, much larger than a single footprint. Liam pointed to the earth. Remember the last frame of the GoPro footage? That huge footprint? This looks like it could be where it was taken. They noticed that the disturbed earth extended further into the undergrowth than the initial impression. They cleared away the leaves and branches, revealing a shallow, irregular depression in the earth, clearly indicating that something much larger than a human had been dragged through the area. The sheer size and unnatural shape of the depression sent a fresh wave of chills down their spines. As they ventured deeper into the ravine, they uncovered a series of disturbing clues. Twisted branches indicated a struggle, and deep gouges in the rock face hinted at something immense dragging itself or something else across the unforgiving surface. They found patches of blood, still dark and fresh, staining the rocks and undergrowth. The blood was not human. The texture and color were unsettlingly different. Sarah, her stomach churning with a mixture of fear and determination, pointed towards a thicket of dense bushes. "Look at that." Pushing aside the branches, they discovered a crudely fashioned snare trap, fashioned from thick vines and sharpened sticks. The trap was deceptively simple, but its intent was brutally clear. It was designed not to catch animals, but something much larger, something much more powerful. The size and strength of the trap suggested a target beyond anything imaginable. As they continued their search, they noticed something unusual on a nearby rock face. It was a series of strange markings, carved into the rock, symbols unlike anything they had ever seen. They looked ancient, almost prehistoric, and their complex geometry was both unnerving and strangely compelling. They frantically snapped pictures, hoping to decipher their meaning later. The markings seemed to pulse with a sense of unease, as if the very rocks themselves were holding their breath. The discovery sent another shiver down their spines. These were not the markings of lost hikers, these were the markings of something that had inhabited the ravine for much, much longer. As dusk began to settle, casting long shadows across the ravine, they decided to call it a day. The experience had been draining, both physically and mentally. The evidence they had gathered was overwhelming. The disappearances were not random accidents. Something was hunting in the ravine, something powerful and malevolent. something that preyed on unsuspecting hikers and left only scraps of clothing and cryptic symbols behind. That night, huddled around a crackling fire, they reviewed the images and made their discoveries. The strange carvings on the rocks, when compared to archaic symbols from forgotten cultures, led to some disturbing conclusions. The symbols were connected to ancient folklore, tales of monstrous entities that dwelt in the depths of the earth, beings that hunted and consumed those who dared to enter their domain. The findings suggested that the ravine was not merely a place of accidents, it was a hunting ground. The following day, they presented their findings to the authorities, the photographs, the video footage, the clues they found in the ravine, and their interpretation of the ancient symbols. At first, the authorities were skeptical, dismissing their claims as the overactive imaginations of frightened hikers. However, as they presented more evidence, the patterns in the disappearances, the unusual nature of the discovered trap, and the alarming consistency of the physical clues, their skepticism began to wane. The investigation escalated, but it was already too late for Thomas Ashton, and probably many others before him. The ravine's secret was out, but the terrifying reality remained. The horror wasn't confined to that single, isolated place. The implication was chilling. The unseen evil that lurked in the depths of the ravine was likely only one manifestation of a larger, more sinister force. And as Liam, Sarah, and Mark stared out across the valley, the forest silent and watchful, they knew that the search for answers had just begun. The ravine had claimed another victim, but the entity, whatever it was, remained at large. The friends knew they were marked, forever changed by their encounter with the unseen evil. They had seen the darkness, and the darkness now knew them. The silence that remained after that last scream in the GoPro footage spoke not just of death, but of a terrifying, pervasive evil that had yet to reveal the full extent of its monstrous power. The haunting silence of the forest hinted at a deeper, darker terror that continued to lurk in the shadows, patiently awaiting its next victim. The ravine of the damned had merely begun its hunt. Story 2: Voices in the Walls. The dilapidated house groaned under the weight of years, its timbers settling with a sigh that echoed the unease churning in Liam's stomach. Dust motes danced in the slivers of sunlight piercing the boarded-up windows, illuminating a scene of profound neglect. He and Sarah, still shaken from their ordeal in the ravine, felt a prickling sense of foreboding as they moved through the decaying structure. Mark, ever the cautious one, trailed behind, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. They had found the house, a relic of a bygone era, abandoned and forgotten, listed as the last known residence of Elias Thorne, a recluse who vanished without a trace decades ago. A local historian, intrigued by their findings concerning the ravine, had provided them with this address, suggesting Thorne might have been connected to the strange occurrences they'd uncovered. Hope, frail yet persistent, flickered within them. Perhaps Thorne had left behind some clues, something that could shed light on the terrifying entities they had encountered. The house smelled of damp earth and decay, a scent thick with the memories of a life lived and lost. Furniture lay overturned, covered in a thick layer of dust, as if abandoned in a sudden rush. A half-finished game of chess stood frozen on a table, the pieces scattered as if disturbed by a sudden, violent event. The air hung heavy with a palpable sense of dread, a silent scream trapped within the decaying walls. In the dusty corner of what had once been a study, Liam spotted it, an antique tape recorder, its mahogany casing worn and scratched, but surprisingly intact. A single reel of tape sat within, the label faded and illegible. He carefully picked it up, the weight of it surprisingly substantial in his hands. It felt heavy with secrets, a tangible link to Elias Thorne's past, and, perhaps, the key to understanding the horrors they had witnessed. With trembling hands, Liam plugged the recorder into a small, portable battery-powered speaker that Mark had thoughtfully brought along. The room fell silent, the only sound the nervous tap-tap-tap of Sarah's fingers against her worn leather notebook. He pressed play. A high-pitched hiss filled the air, followed by a crackle of static that gradually subsided, revealing a voice, weak and strained but undeniably human. The voice, laced with a tremor of fear, spoke in gasps, as if struggling for breath. This is Elias Thorne. If anyone finds this, please, believe me." The voice was barely a whisper, laced with desperation. A cough, harsh and rattling, interrupted the recording. It started subtly, Thorne continued, his voice gaining a slight strength, though the desperation remained palpable, just whispers, at night. At first, I dismissed them as the wind whistling through the cracks in the walls, but they grew louder, more insistent. The tape recorder crackled, a momentary lapse in the recording. Liam held his breath, fearing the recording might be lost forever. But then, Thorne's voice returned, now tinged with an almost hysterical edge. "They're in the walls. I can hear them, scratching, shifting, murmuring, their voices, they're always whispering, always." The words were spoken rapidly, almost in a panicked rush, as if the speaker was fighting against an unseen, overwhelming force. The recording continued, a cacophony of increasingly disturbing sounds. The whispers, once faint and indistinct, grew in intensity, morphing into a low, guttural murmur that seemed to emanate not just from the recorder but from the walls of the room themselves. Liam felt a chill crawl down his spine, the hairs on his arms stood on end. It was more than just a recording, it was an experience. "I see them sometimes," Thorne's voice interjected, his words now strained and disjointed. "Shadows, moving in the corners of my eyes, always watching, they're getting closer. I can feel them, pushing against the walls, trying to get in." Suddenly, a series of thuds and scrapes resonated through the recording, followed by a high-pitched shriek that cut through the background noise. The sounds were terrifyingly realistic, visceral, as if captured within the very walls of the room. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror. The sounds intensified, culminating in a series of ear-splitting crashes, as if something immense were tearing through the house. A guttural roar, deep and primal, filled the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood. Silence. Then, a low, barely audible whisper, a word repeated over and over, barely distinguishable, a word that sent a fresh wave of icy terror through Liam, Sarah, and Mark. "Come, come, come." The tape ended abruptly. A thick silence hung in the air, broken only by the erratic drumming of Liam's heart. The room felt cold, despite the summer sun filtering through the grimy windows. The trio sat there, numb with fear, the implications of the recording sinking in. Elias Thorne hadn't simply been driven mad by isolation, something truly terrifying had happened to him. The whispers in the walls, the shifting shadows, the monstrous sounds, it all pointed to the same conclusion. The entities they had encountered in the ravine weren't isolated incidents, they were part of something larger, something far more sinister. They found other things in the house, unsettling sketches depicting grotesque, otherworldly creatures, journals filled with increasingly frantic entries detailing Thorne's descent into madness, and strange symbols etched into the floorboards, symbols strikingly similar to the ones they had discovered in the ravine. The evidence was undeniable. The connection between the ravine and this desolate house was clear. The entities were not confined to one location. They were present everywhere, lurking in the shadows, whispering in the walls, waiting for their next victims. Liam carefully placed the recorder back into its worn case. He felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon him. Their encounter with the ravine had been terrifying, but the discovery of Thorne's recording had opened a Pandora's box, revealing a far more extensive and deeply rooted evil than they could have imagined. The search for answers continued, but now it was a race against time. They were not just investigating a series of mysterious disappearances, they were confronting a malevolent force that had existed for centuries, a force that had now claimed Elias Thorne, and was waiting to claim them. The whispers in the walls echoed in their memories, a constant reminder of the horrors yet to come. The silence, once a symbol of peace, had become a harbinger of dread, a prelude to the unseen evil that lurked just beyond their perception. The darkness they had glimpsed in the ravine was only a fragment of a larger, more terrifying entity, a sprawling network of malice that spread like a malignant vine, consuming all in its path. The fate of Elias Thorne, the secrets of the abandoned house, and the terror of the whispers in the walls served as a chilling prelude to the coming storm. Their investigation had gone far beyond the realm of simple curiosity, and they knew that the fight for their own survival had truly begun. The world they knew was shattered, replaced by a grim reality where the unseen lurked, waiting. The chilling words, "Come, come, come," echoed in their minds, a constant, foreboding reminder of the relentless hunt that had just begun. The whispers started subtly, Thorne's voice recounted, a barely perceptible rustling at the edges of his hearing. He'd initially dismissed them as the wind, the settling of the old house, the product of a mind weary from solitude. But they persisted, growing bolder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of the silence. They weren't just sounds, they were voices, a chorus of unseen mouths murmuring just beyond the reach of comprehension. He described them as a low hum, like the drone of distant insects, but with a chilling undercurrent of malice, a subtle suggestion of something malevolent lurking just beyond the veil of reality. Days bled into nights, the whispers intensifying, growing louder, more distinct. They seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, weaving through the very structure of the house, as if the building itself were breathing the whispers into existence. He began to feel them, a prickling sensation on his skin, a creeping unease that settled deep in his bones. The feeling of being watched became a constant companion, a cold presence that clung to him like a shroud. He'd catch glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows shifting in the corners of his eyes, fleeting forms that dissolved into the gloom before he could focus upon them. His sleep became a fragmented, uneasy thing, haunted by dreams filled with grotesque shapes and unsettling sounds. He'd wake in a cold sweat, the whispers weaving themselves into his waking moments, whispering insidious promises in a language he couldn't understand yet instinctively feared. The once comforting darkness became a source of dread, a breeding ground for the unseen horrors that stalked the shadows. His journal entries, found scattered among the debris of his life, reflected this descent into paranoia, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic, the words more desperate with each passing day. Thorne's detailed descriptions painted a vivid picture of his growing terror. He spoke of shadows that seemed sentient, their movements deliberate, purposeful, as if they were observing him, studying him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He detailed instances where objects would move on their own, books falling from shelves, doors creaking open, a creeping sense of violation that left him on edge, perpetually bracing for the unseen. He described the walls themselves as changing, breathing almost, but with seeming to shift and groan under the weight of the unseen presence. He started to hear scratching sounds, a relentless, gnawing at the foundations of the house, the unsettling feeling that something vast and ancient was trying to break free. These sounds weren't mere noises, they were deliberate, a tangible manifestation of the encroaching horror that threatened to consume him. The recording then took a sharp turn, the casual dread replaced by a raw, palpable terror. The whispers intensified into a cacophony of guttural murmurs, a chorus of unseen voices chanting in a language beyond human comprehension. Thorne's voice became a frantic, desperate plea, laced with hysteria, as if he were battling an unseen, overwhelming force. He described feeling a pressure, a physical weight against the walls, as if something immense was attempting to force its way into the house. The sounds of the recording reflected this struggle, punctuated by the sounds of wood splintering, plaster cracking, and furniture being thrown around the room. It was the sound of a house fighting back, of a frail human struggling against an impossible, overwhelming horror. The recording concludes with a heart-stopping climax. A series of ear-splitting crashes shattered the tense silence, culminating in a guttural roar that seemed to vibrate through the very essence of the tape itself. It was a sound primal and terrifying, a sound that spoke of ancient evil and unfathomable power. Then, silence. A heavy, oppressive silence, broken only by the low, barely audible whisper, a single, chilling word repeated over and over again. Come, come, come. The abrupt end of the recording left Liam, Sarah, and Mark shaken to their core. The chilling finality of that whispered word hung in the air, a tangible manifestation of the terror it evoked. The atmosphere within the house thickened, the air heavy with a palpable sense of dread, an oppressive presence that clung to them like a shroud. The house felt different, more alive, more malevolent, the whispers from the tape now seeming to emanate from the very walls around them. The artifacts found within the house served to reinforce their growing fear. The sketches depicted grotesque creatures, beings that defied description, their forms twisted and unnatural, their eyes burning with a cold, malevolent light. These were not mere figments of a disturbed imagination. They possessed a disturbing sense of reality, a tangible threat lurking just beyond the veil of perception. The journal entries followed a similar pattern, starting with reasoned observations and increasingly devolving into chaotic scrawls filled with paranoia and unshakable fear. The writings documented Thorne's slow descent into madness, the creeping realization that he wasn't alone, that something ancient and terrifying was inhabiting the house with him. The descriptions of these encounters became more vivid, more terrifying with each passing entry, culminating in the final frantic scrawls of a man consumed by fear and overwhelmed by the unseen horror that pressed in upon him from all sides. The symbols etched into the floorboards, identical to the ones in the ravine, were the final piece of the puzzle. They represented a connection, a link between the isolated incidents and a larger, more sinister reality. The entities weren't confined to the ravine. They existed everywhere, waiting, watching, whispering, gradually spreading their influence like a malignant stain. The silence of the house was no longer peaceful. It was pregnant with anticipation, a silent witness to the unseen horror that stalked the shadows. The walls seemed to breathe, the air to thrum with unseen energies, the weight of the unseen pressing in upon them, threatening to crush them under its immeasurable burden. The chilling words, "Come, come, come," echoed in their minds, a constant, foreboding reminder of the growing dread, the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume them completely. Their investigation was no longer a matter of curiosity. It was a desperate struggle for survival against a force far older and far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The hunt was on, and they were the prey. The scraping intensified, a relentless gnawing that seemed to burrow into the very bones of the house. It wasn't a uniform sound. It was a symphony of unsettling noises, a scratching, a clawing, a low grinding that resonated deep within the walls, as if something immense were trying to claw its way through the very fabric of the building. Thorne's breathing, initially calm, became ragged, panicked, his voice a choked whisper against the rising crescendo of the unsettling sounds. The background noise, once a mere hum, had morphed into a cacophony of terrifying whispers, a chorus of voices that seemed to emanate from every corner of the room, from every crack and crevice in the ancient walls. He cried out, a desperate, animalistic sound, lost amidst the escalating din. The tape crackled with static, punctuated by Thorne's desperate gasps and pleas for help. His words became increasingly incoherent, a frantic jumble of unintelligible sounds mixed with fragments of sentences hinting at his growing terror. He spoke of pressure, a crushing weight against him, a sense of being enveloped, suffocated by an unseen entity. The voices intensified, converging into a guttural roar that drowned out his cries, a sound both inhuman and terrifying. The sounds themselves were terrifyingly evocative. The listener could almost feel the vibration of the walls against their own skin, the creeping cold that emanated from the unseen entity. It wasn't simply sound, It was a sensory experience, a chilling assault on the listener's senses, forcing them into the midst of Thorne's horrifying experience. The rhythmic scraping evolved into a frantic pounding, as if something huge and powerful were attempting to break through. The sounds of cracking wood and crumbling plaster accompanied this violent assault, highlighting the desperation of Thorne's struggle. His breathing became strained, punctuated by desperate gasps for air, as if the very act of breathing was a struggle against the immense pressure bearing down on him. He choked out a series of fragmented sentences, filled with a terror so palpable it seemed to seep from the speaker and into the very room where Liam, Sarah, and Mark were listening. His voice, once strong and confident, was now reduced to a whimpering plea, a desperate attempt to fight against the overwhelming dread that consumed him. The whispers morphed, evolving into distorted moans, punctuated by the sounds of furniture being thrown around, glass shattering, and the sickening crunch of wood breaking under tremendous force. Then came the silence. An unsettling, suffocating silence that felt far more terrifying than the preceding cacophony. It was a silence pregnant with menace, a stark contrast to the preceding chaos, and it was in this silence that the truly chilling element of the tape emerged. A faint whisper, barely audible above the hiss of the tape, began to weave its way into the silence. It was a low, guttural murmur, a word repeated over and over again, each utterance chilling the listeners to the bone. It wasn't a human voice, it was something ancient, something primal, something deeply unsettling. The word, come, echoed repeatedly, punctuated by the soft scraping sounds of claws against wood, each repetition driving deeper into the listener's psyche. The tape ended abruptly, the silence abruptly broken by the mechanical click of the recorder. The finality was stunning, leaving an unsettling silence hanging in the air. The silence in the room was deafening, mirroring the silence at the end of the recording. The weight of the silence was oppressive, almost palpable, the absence of sound more frightening than the sounds themselves. It wasn't just the silence, it was the unseen presence, the implication of something lurking just beyond the veil of the recording, something ancient and infinitely terrifying. Liam, Sarah, and Mark exchanged nervous glances. The atmosphere in the room had shifted, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The once familiar sounds of the old house were now tainted, infused with a new and terrifying significance. The creaks and groans of the house, the rustling of leaves outside, all took on a sinister edge. They listened intently, straining their ears, for any sign of a similar whisper, a subtle movement, anything that might hint at the unseen presence revealed in the tape. The shadows seemed deeper now, more menacing, their shapes shifting and writhing, mocking their attempts to perceive them. The darkness, once merely the absence of light, was now a living entity, something to be feared and avoided. They were no longer merely investigating a mystery, they were participants in a terrifying game, a deadly game against an unseen enemy. The details revealed in Thorne's journal were just as disturbing as the sounds on the tape. His words documented not only the audible manifestations of the presence, but also the sensory experiences, the feeling of being watched, the cold dread that gripped his body, the physical weight pressing in on him, the unsettling shift of the house itself as if it was responding to the unseen entity. He had written about the pressure on his skin, a constant, pressing weight that felt as if the very walls of the house were constricting him. He described feeling the vibrations in the floors and walls, an unnerving pulsing that echoed the unsettling rhythms and the sounds on the tape. He'd spoken of feeling a presence, a malevolent consciousness, watching him, observing him, toying with him. The sensation intensified as time passed, evolving from a vague feeling of unease to a palpable dread, a constant feeling of being watched, hunted. He meticulously recorded the progression of his fear, chronicling the ever-increasing intensity of the sounds, the change in the house's atmosphere, and the growing sense of paranoia. His handwriting became increasingly frantic, the words cramped and difficult to decipher, mirroring his own descent into a terrifying world of sensory overload and overwhelming dread. The detail in his accounts were chilling. The precise descriptions of shifting shadows, the precise locations of the sounds, the unsettling changes in the walls and floorboards, all painted a horrifyingly realistic portrait of his slow descent into madness. The journal also hinted at an understanding of the entity's power, a growing comprehension that whatever was lurking within the walls of the house was ancient, immensely powerful, and beyond human comprehension. His writing revealed his growing desperation, his fading hope, and his ultimate acceptance of his inevitable fate. The final entry was a single, frantic scribble, just a few words scrawled in shaking ink. It's inside the walls, it wants me, it wants us all. The abrupt end of the journal entry left a chilling void of terror. The artifacts found in the house, the grotesque sketches, the strange symbols carved into the walls, the cryptic messages scrawled on scraps of paper, all worked together to create a chilling tapestry of fear, weaving together an image of an ancient, malevolent being that existed not merely in the house, but perhaps in a dimension beyond human comprehension. Liam, Sarah, and Mark were facing not simply an investigation, but a confrontation with something beyond their understanding, something they were ill-prepared to face. The whispers had started subtly, but their reality was undeniably terrifying, their grip slowly constricting, their chilling presence inescapable. The hunt was on, and the hunters were already hunted. The scraping intensified, becoming a frantic clawing, a desperate struggle against some unseen barrier. Thorne's gasps for air became more frequent, his pleas for help transforming into strangled cries. The whispers, previously a background hum, were now a roaring chorus, a cacophony of guttural sounds that seemed to vibrate through the very tape itself, shaking the hands holding the recorder. Liam could almost feel the pressure, the suffocating weight Thorne described, as if the very air in the room had grown thick and heavy, pressing down on his chest. "Help me!" Thorne screamed, the word fragmented, broken by a shuddering intake of breath. His voice cracked, strained to the breaking point. The sound was raw, visceral, filled with a primal terror that transcended mere fear. It was the sound of a man facing his absolute annihilation, a sound that burrowed its way deep into the listeners' minds, clinging to their very consciousness. The sound shifted, the rhythmic scratching giving way to a violent pounding, the relentless assault of something immense trying to break free. The sounds of wood splintering, plaster cracking, were accompanied by Thorne's ragged breathing, punctuated by choked sobs and inarticulate cries. The recording captured the terrifying reality of his struggle, the raw, brutal sounds of a man fighting for survival against an unseen enemy. Then, amidst the chaos, a new element emerged, a metallic clang, followed by a sickening thud, a sound like a heavy body impacting against a hard surface. A groan of immense pain, a horrifyingly human sound, cut through the other noises, a desperate cry of agony. It was followed by a moment of terrifying silence, a pregnant pause before the sounds of struggle resumed, but with a decidedly different character. The pounding ceased, replaced by a low, rhythmic dragging sound, a chilling, unnatural scraping as if something massive and heavy were being pulled across the floor. Thorne's cries were reduced to whimpers, interspersed with strangled gasps, a desperate, diminishing struggle against an overwhelming force. The whispers, now less of a chorus and more of a single, malevolent voice, were closer, more menacing, their words indistinguishable, yet somehow, terrifyingly clear in their intent. The quality of the recording deteriorated, the sound becoming distorted, punctuated by bursts of static. Liam adjusted the playback speed, trying to make sense of the increasingly garbled sounds. Sarah clutched her arms, her face pale with fear. Mark, usually the stoic one, was visibly shaken, his knuckles white as he gripped the sides of his chair. "It's in the walls," Thorne whispered, his voice barely audible above the static, each word a strained effort, a dying breath. The sentence was incomplete, cut short by a sound that made Liam's blood run cold, a deep, guttural growl that resonated with a power that seemed to transcend the physical limitations of the tape recorder itself. The growl was followed by another terrifying silence, a silence that stretched on, an unbearable void that felt more threatening than the previous cacophony. Then, the sound of tearing fabric, followed by a final, agonizing shriek that ended abruptly, cut off mid-scream. The tape was silent. The only sound was the insistent hum of the playback machine. The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. The three friends sat motionless, the weight of the recording pressing down on them like a physical presence. It wasn't just the horrific sounds, it was the unspoken implications, the sheer terror hinted at in the final, incomplete sentence. The silence was a testament to the absolute finality of Thorne's experience, a chilling void that echoed the emptiness left in their souls. Liam reached for Thorne's journal, his hands trembling. He had been expecting chilling details, but nothing could have prepared him for the raw, unfiltered terror contained within its pages. Thorne's writing, initially neat and organized, became increasingly frantic and erratic as the entries progressed, mirroring the escalating events described on the tape. He detailed the sensory overload, not just the sounds, but the chilling cold that permeated the house, the oppressive weight that pressed down on him, suffocating him, the feeling of being watched, the constant, unrelenting sense of dread. He described the shadows shifting and twisting in the periphery of his vision, the walls seemingly breathing, pulsing with a dark, malevolent energy. His descriptions grew more vivid, more nightmarish with each entry. He spoke of seeing things in the corners of his eyes, fleeting glimpses of horrific shapes, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into his very soul. He described the whispers intensifying, growing closer, the sounds becoming more distinct, more personal, as if the unseen entity knew his deepest fears, his innermost secrets, and was using them to torment him. Thorne tried to rationalize his fear, attributing it to stress, to exhaustion, to his own imagination, but as time went on, even his attempts to deny the reality of his situation became increasingly desperate and unconvincing. His handwriting, once legible, became a chaotic scrawl, his words difficult to decipher, barely understandable, mirroring the unraveling of his sanity. His desperation was palpable, bleeding from the pages, filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. The journal entries also chronicled his attempts to escape, his frantic searches for a solution, for any way to break free from the horrors closing in on him. He described barricading the doors, boarding up the windows, trying to seal himself off from the unseen entity lurking within the walls. But his efforts were futile. The entity's influence seemed to permeate everything, seeping into the very fabric of the house, making escape impossible. His final entry was a single, chilling sentence, scrawled in frantic ink. It's inside, it's everywhere, can't escape. The abrupt, unfinished sentence spoke volumes about the terror that had overtaken him, leaving a gaping void in the narrative, a chilling testament to the absolute horror of his final moments. The journal fell from Liam's hands, landing with a soft thud on the table, the silence of the room suddenly far more oppressive than before. The reality of Thorne's experience, the sheer unadulterated terror contained in both the tape and the journal, settled over them like a shroud, a chilling, undeniable confirmation that the house held something beyond human understanding, something ancient, something truly terrifying. The whispers were real. The hunt had begun. And they, the investigators, were now the prey. The silence in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, a stark contrast to the cacophony captured on the tape. Liam picked up the worn, leather-bound journal again, its pages brittle with age, the ink faded in places, but the desperate scrawl of Thorne's final entry still stark against the yellowing paper. He reread the last sentence, it's inside, it's everywhere, can't escape. The unfinished plea hung in the air, a chilling testament to the terror that had consumed him. Sarah, pale and trembling, spoke, her voice barely a whisper. We need to go to the house. Mark, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concerns. "Are you sure? It's dangerous." Thorne's recordings were terrifying enough. Going there, it's like walking into a nightmare. Liam, however, felt a grim determination hardening his resolve. "We have to. The tape, the journal, they only tell part of the story. We need to see the house to understand what happened." He was driven by a mixture of professional curiosity, morbid fascination, and a deep-seated need to understand the extent of the horror they'd uncovered. The whispers, the unseen entity, they were no longer just abstract concepts. They had become a tangible threat, a palpable presence that beckoned them forward. The house stood on a lonely hill overlooking the town, a dilapidated Victorian mansion silhouetted against the stormy sky. Its darkened windows stared out like vacant eyes, and a palpable sense of decay emanated from its crumbling facade. The once grand structure was now a shell, its paint peeling, its wood rotting, its very structure seeming to groan under the weight of its own history. The wind howled around it, whistling through broken panes and rattling loose shingles, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Liam, armed with a powerful flashlight and a digital recorder, led the way, Mark trailing behind with a video camera, while Sarah, clutching a small, antique-looking compass, scanned their surroundings, her face etched with apprehension. The air grew heavy with an almost tangible unease as they approached the imposing structure, the very ground beneath their feet seeming to vibrate with a low, unsettling hum. The front door hung precariously on its hinges, a testament to the forces that had likely ravaged the house. Stepping inside, they were immediately assaulted by a wave of icy coldness that seeped into their bones. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a suffocating blend of mildew and something else, something indefinably foul. Dust motes danced in the beams of their flashlights, creating an eerie, ethereal glow in the dimly lit interior. As they explored the decaying rooms, the unsettling feeling intensified. The furniture was draped in sheets of dust and cobwebs, each room frozen in time, a silent monument to the events of the past. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of bare plaster beneath, and in several places, sections of the walls themselves seemed to be crumbling, as if slowly succumbing to decay. The house itself felt wrong. It wasn't just a state of disrepair, it was a subtle sense of imbalance, of unnatural stillness, a sensation that something unseen was watching them, its presence a heavy blanket that settled upon their shoulders. Sarah's compass spun wildly, its needle jumping erratically, unable to find north. The unexplained phenomenon added another layer to the growing unease. Liam began to consult Thorne's journal, cross-referencing his entries with the physical location they were now in. The entries describing the sensory overload matched their current feelings, the pervasive chill, the unsettling sounds, the sense of being watched, all echoed in the silent rooms. In the library, they found a collection of dusty old books, one of which contained a local history of the town. Reading through the yellowed pages, they uncovered a chilling record of the house's past. It had witnessed several unexplained deaths, described vaguely as sudden and violent with no clear explanation given. There were several accounts of ghostly apparitions, and numerous attempts to sell the house had failed, each prospective buyer ultimately backing out under mysterious circumstances. Some of the entries mentioned whispers, shadows, strange occurrences, all consistent with Thorne's experiences. The local history added weight to the growing horror. The house wasn't merely haunted, it was cursed, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin, where something malevolent was lurking, feeding off the suffering of its inhabitants. Each page turned revealed the depth of the dark history that permeated the walls, adding a chilling layer of understanding to the sounds recorded on the tape. They moved to the basement, the air growing colder and heavier with each step down the creaking wooden stairs. Here, the sense of dread was almost palpable, a suffocating pressure that seemed to squeeze the air from their lungs. The walls were damp and cold, and a low, guttural groaning sound seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible sound, but it was there, a constant, unsettling reminder of the unseen entity lurking within the walls. As they explored the cellar, they discovered a small, locked room hidden behind a crumbling section of wall. Liam used a crowbar to pry open the heavy wooden door, the sound echoing through the silence. The room was dark and cramped, the air thick with the stench of damp earth and decay. The walls were covered in strange, indecipherable symbols, drawn in what looked like dried blood. In the center of the room, a single, rusted metal box lay on the floor. Carefully, Liam lifted the box. It was surprisingly heavy, and as he opened it, a chill colder than anything they'd experienced before washed over them. Inside, nestled amongst layers of faded velvet, lay a tarnished silver amulet, engraved with the same cryptic symbols they had seen on the basement walls. The amulet pulsed with a faint, eerie glow, emitting a low hum that resonated in their chests. The discovery deepened the mystery. The symbols, the amulet, the house's history, everything pointed to a ritual, something ancient and sinister. The house wasn't merely a place of tragedy, it was a nexus of darkness, a focal point for something beyond human comprehension. The whispers, the entity within the walls, they were not merely figments of Thorne's imagination, they were very real, and they were far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. The investigation had begun to feel less like an investigation and more like an incursion into the heart of darkness itself. As they left the house, stepping back into the cool night air, the feeling of unease didn't diminish. Instead, it clung to them, a persistent shadow that followed them as they journeyed back to the town, the whispers echoing in their minds, a chilling reminder that the hunt was far from over. The house had revealed its secrets, but in doing so, it had unleashed something far more terrifying. The true horror was yet to unfold. The whispers were not only in the walls, but now they were in their heads. And they were growing louder. Story 3: The security footage. The grainy, low-resolution footage flickered on Liam's laptop screen, the timestamp reading 11 p.m. The camera, mounted high above the single-pump island of the desolate gas station, offered a panoramic view of the surrounding area. Initially, the scene was unremarkable. The wind whipped across the empty parking lot, rustling the faded gas station banner, its paint chipped and peeling. A lone car, a beat-up pickup truck, sat parked at a pump, its engine idling. The night was dark, the only light emanating from the station's dimly lit windows and the sputtering fluorescent tubes above the pumps. The attendant, a young man with tired eyes and a bored expression, was visible through the window, restocking shelves. His movements were slow, deliberate, his actions almost mechanically repetitive. The silence of the night was broken only by the occasional sigh of the wind, the hum of the refrigerator inside, and the rhythmic clicking of the gas pump. The monotonous routine established a stark contrast to the unsettling events to come. The footage continued, minute after minute, a relentless march of time punctuated only by the occasional passing car, each a brief interruption in the otherwise desolate stillness. At 11:47 p.m., a flicker in the corner of the screen drew Liam's attention. It was brief, barely perceptible, a fleeting distortion in the image. He rewound the footage, slowing it down frame by frame. He saw it again, a momentary shimmer in the darkness beyond the gas station's perimeter fence. It was too fleeting to be sure, too indistinct to be identified, but the irregularity felt unsettling, a break in the otherwise predictable rhythm of the night. The next oddity arose at 12:12 a.m. The attendant, who had been hunched over the shelves, straightened up and stared intently towards the back of the gas station. His head swiveled, his eyes widening, and for a brief moment, his lips seemed to form a silent gasp. His hands were clasped tightly to his chest as he rapidly turned around and ran toward the back office. The camera, still focused on the pumps, only caught the attendant's hasty retreat. Liam paused the footage, his heart beginning to pound. What had he seen? What had caused such a dramatic change in his demeanor? He reviewed the previous minutes again, nothing unusual, nothing that would justify his sudden terror. Liam's attention was then drawn to the parked pickup truck. At 12:18 a.m., its engine sputtered and died, its lights flickering once before going completely dark. There was no movement from the driver's side. The camera continued to record the eerily quiet scene. At 12:25 a.m., a figure appeared in the distance, moving with an unnatural, almost gliding gait. The figure was shrouded in shadow, its features indiscernible. It moved with a speed that seemed impossible, traversing the distance between the fence and the gas station with an unnerving swiftness. The figure stopped just outside the pump island, its presence exuding a tangible aura of malice. At 12:30 a.m., the gas station's lights began to flicker erratically, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls and across the empty parking lot. The wind picked up, whipping around the station with renewed ferocity, and a low, guttural moan echoed across the desolate landscape, audible even through the poor quality of the camera's microphone. The footage became more erratic, almost like someone was intentionally interfering with the camera's view, creating quick, jarring cuts and distortions. At 12:38 a.m., a blurry image flashed across the screen, a face, grotesquely distorted, contorted in a silent scream. Liam flinched, a cold shiver crawling up his spine. The image disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Liam rewound the footage again, scrutinizing each frame, searching for answers. The blurry image was impossible to make out clearly, its features obscured by the poor quality of the footage and the sudden movement, but the raw terror expressed in the brief glimpse was undeniable. It was a face twisted in agony, horror, and sheer, unadulterated fear. From 12:40 a.m. onward, the footage was almost entirely obscured by static. Streaks of white noise covered the screen, interspersed with brief, fragmented images, snippets of movement, flashes of light, fleeting glimpses of shadows moving in the darkness. The audio was a cacophony of static, punctuated by faint whispers and unsettling groans, the chilling sounds growing louder and more frequent. It was as though the camera had been deliberately targeted, its feed systematically disrupted or compromised. The final clear image at 12:48 a.m. showed the gas station's doors violently swinging open. The wind howled through the opening, creating a vortex of swirling dust and debris. Then, darkness. The feed went entirely black, the recording ending abruptly. Liam sat back in his chair, his breathing shallow, his heart pounding. The security footage presented a puzzle. It was a clear documentation of what seemed like a supernatural encounter, but the specifics eluded him. What had killed the attendant? What was the creature in the shadows? The static-filled conclusion suggested a deliberate shutdown, as if the camera itself had been a target. The whispers, however, were the most unsettling aspect. The fragmented nature of the recording emphasized the terror. The lack of clarity heightened the suspense, leaving the audience to fill in the blanks with their own imagination, creating a more terrifying experience. The gas station night shift had clearly been anything but ordinary. The security footage was a horrifying testament to a darkness far greater than anyone had ever imagined. Liam knew this was just another piece of the puzzle, another chilling chapter in their desperate hunt for answers. The whispers continued to echo in his ears, a persistent reminder that the darkness was closer than he believed, the threat more insidious, and the truth more terrifying. The hunt for answers had just begun. The erratic flickering of the gas station lights intensified, transforming the already desolate landscape into a strobe-lit nightmare. The fluorescent tubes above the pump sputtered and died, plunging that area into darkness, leaving only the faint glow of the moon and the distant headlights of a passing car to illuminate the scene. Liam noticed that the shadows cast by the remaining lights seemed to writhe and shift, their forms constantly changing, almost as if they possessed a life of their own. It wasn't the natural sway of wind. These movements were too deliberate, too fluid. At 12:49 a.m., a small, cylindrical object on one of the shelves near the back of the store seemed to roll slightly, then stop, before beginning to roll again. Liam rewound the footage, pausing and playing it back in slow motion. There was no discernible force pushing the object. It moved with an almost imperceptible momentum, gliding across the surface as if propelled by an unseen energy. This was followed by a series of similar movements, a pack of cigarettes sliding across a counter, a bottle of soda inexplicably tilting on its side, and a box of candy falling from a shelf with no apparent cause. The audio track, previously filled with the hiss of static, began to pick up what sounded like faint whispers, barely audible above the static, yet undeniably present. They were unintelligible, though Liam felt a distinct sense of malice emanating from them. A chill went down his spine. He increased the volume, hoping to decipher the whispers, but instead, the static intensified, becoming a deafening roar that threatened to drown out all other sounds. He cautiously decreased the volume. A new element of terror appeared at 1:03 a.m. Long, thin shadows stretched across the floor, seemingly disconnected from any visible source. They moved independently of the remaining functional lights, snaking across the gas station floor with an unnatural grace, as if sentient beings were manipulating them from within the shadows themselves. One of these shadows momentarily took on a vaguely humanoid shape, its outline suggesting a tall, gaunt figure with elongated limbs, before dissolving back into the indistinct darkness. At 1:10 a.m., Liam observed a sudden, dramatic shift in the wind. It became a howling gale, rattling the gas station windows and causing the faded banner to flap wildly, almost as if some unseen force was manipulating it. The wind seemed focused, concentrated on the gas station, creating a vortex of swirling dust and debris around the building. The camera's lens was slightly fogged by the sudden gust, making the image blurry for a moment. The unsettling movements continued. A discarded coffee cup near the counter abruptly lifted into the air, hovering for a brief moment before violently smashing against the wall, shattering into pieces. Liam noticed that, despite the intense wind, the shattered pieces of the cup remained motionless, as if held in place by an invisible force. Then, at 1:17 a.m., something truly horrifying appeared on the screen. A fleeting image, barely discernible above the noise and shadows, of something large and vaguely humanoid emerged from behind a rack of drinks. It was too quick to be fully certain, but it seemed to have glowing red eyes, and its shape was vaguely monstrous, large, hulking, and utterly terrifying. The glimpse was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the swirling shadows and the whispers to mark its presence. The quality of the footage deteriorated significantly after 1:20 a.m. The image became increasingly distorted, marred by bursts of static and streaks of white noise that rendered much of the scene unwatchable. The audio, however, became clearer, though still incomprehensible. The whispers, now accompanied by low guttural growls and what sounded like the distant shrieks of something in profound agony, permeated the recording, creating a palpable sense of dread. Liam focused on the remaining visible portions of the footage. He noticed that even in the moments of relative clarity, the gas station seemed to be subtly changing, as if the very structure of the building was shifting and reforming. The angles of walls and the positions of furniture appeared to alter slightly, creating a disorienting effect, suggesting that the space itself was unstable or under some form of unseen influence. At 1:35 a.m., amid the static, a fleeting image surfaced, a hand, skeletal and withered, reaching out from behind a shelf, before disappearing back into the darkness. Liam's breath hitched in his throat. He replayed the image countless times, trying to make sense of what he had seen. At 1:42 a.m., the security camera's view was suddenly obstructed by a dark, amorphous mass that seemed to fill the entire frame. It resembled a thick, inky fog, yet it moved with purpose, with a malevolent intelligence. The camera remained focused on the obscuring mass, its ability to see anything else cut off. This lasted for several minutes. The sounds from the audio track intensified, the whispers, growls, and shrieks reached a crescendo before abruptly ceasing, leaving behind only the oppressive silence and the continuous hiss of the camera's static. The footage continued in this state, dark, almost solid black obscuring the camera's view, until 1:55 a.m., when the screen went completely black, the audio cutting out along with the picture. Liam stared at the blank screen, his body trembling, his mind reeling from the torrent of images and sounds he had just witnessed. The lack of a final, conclusive visual event left him unsettled. What had happened to the camera? What had been responsible for these inexplicable, increasingly horrific events? The absence of a clear resolution only added to the horror. The mystery hung heavy, a vast, unanswerable question mark looming in the dark. The gas station's security footage didn't simply document an incident, it documented a descent into madness, a night where reality itself seemed to unravel, replaced by something primal, horrific, and profoundly unsettling. The whispers lingered, long after the recording ended, a chilling testament to the darkness that had consumed the gas station that night. The lingering silence was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of all, a quiet that held within it the echoes of screams and the promise of something far worse yet to come. The unsettling silence following the abrupt cutoff of the gas station's security footage hung heavy in the air. Liam leaned back in his chair, his heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The sheer volume of unexplainable events crammed into those 55 minutes left him reeling, each inexplicable occurrence layering onto the next, creating a tapestry of escalating dread. The lack of a clear resolution, the absence of a definitive explanation, amplified the horror tenfold. It was the unknown, the unanswered questions, that truly chilled him to the bone. He replayed the final moments repeatedly, scrutinizing each frame, each flicker of distorted light and shadow, for any clue, any hint of what might have transpired. The inky blackness that engulfed the camera's view remained an impenetrable mystery, offering no resolution, no satisfying closure. The sudden, complete cessation of both audio and video only deepened the enigma. Had the camera malfunctioned? Or had something else intervened? Then, something caught his eye. He rewound the footage to 1:17 a.m., the moment when the fleeting image of the monstrous figure had appeared. This time, he slowed the playback to an almost imperceptible crawl. Frame by agonizing frame, he watched the shadowy forms shift and writhe, the whispers growing louder in his headphones. He focused intensely on the area behind the rack of soft drinks, the source of that terrifying, fleeting glimpse. And there, almost hidden in the murk, a detail he'd previously missed. A subtle movement, a flicker in the periphery of the frame, a hint of something dark and elongated moving behind the rack. It was barely visible, a fleeting shadow within a shadow, but this time, he noticed it. It wasn't the hulking monstrous form he'd seen before, this was something different, something slender. He enhanced the contrast and brightness, pushing the limits of the already degraded footage. The image remained blurry, almost indistinct, but he could make out more. It seemed to be a tall, gaunt figure, its limbs unusually long and thin, its movements fluid and unnervingly graceful. It moved with a purpose, a deliberate stealth, seemingly aware of the camera's presence, yet never directly facing it. The figure seemed to be manipulating the shadows themselves, using them as a cloak, as a means of concealment. It appeared to be guiding, directing the chaotic movements of the objects within the gas station. The sliding cigarettes, the tilting soda bottle, the falling box of candy, it all seemed orchestrated, directed by this unseen presence. The figure's movements were far too coordinated, too purposeful to be merely random events. This wasn't chaos, it was controlled chaos. Liam noticed that whenever the figure was partially visible, the audio intensified, the whispers morphing into guttural growls and screams. As if the figure's presence amplified the malevolence that permeated the gas station. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure would vanish, melting back into the shadows, leaving only its chilling legacy of disorder and unsettling silence. He noticed a pattern. The figure appeared only during moments of intense activity, the sudden wind gusts, the shattering coffee cup, the almost tangible shift in the building's structure. It seemed to be intensifying the chaos, feeding off the energy of the turmoil it created. The figure was never fully revealed. It was always partially obscured, glimpsed only in fleeting moments, only in the periphery, contributing to an overwhelming sense of unease and dread. Each glimpse heightened the tension, leaving Liam craving a complete view, only to be frustrated by the limited visibility of the security footage. Over the next few hours, Liam painstakingly analyzed the footage, searching for additional glimpses of the mysterious figure. He discovered more, brief moments of its presence scattered throughout the recording. He meticulously documented each appearance, creating a timeline of its movements, mapping its trajectory within the confined space of the gas station. The figure's actions suggested an almost ritualistic pattern, an orchestrated chaos designed to increase the unsettling atmosphere. At times, the figure seemed to interact with the other anomalies. There was one moment where it seemed to be interacting with the hand, the withered, skeletal hand that had briefly appeared from behind a shelf. The two forms were obscured by shadows, only partially visible, but their proximity suggested some form of interaction or communication, though the exact nature remained a profound mystery. Liam became increasingly convinced that this figure was at the heart of the night's terrifying events, the puppet master behind the seemingly random chaos. It wasn't simply a witness to the strange occurrences within the gas station, it was a participant, an active agent, orchestrating the descent into madness. The more he studied the footage, the more convinced he became that the figure wasn't human. Its movements, its fluidity, its ability to manipulate shadows and objects defied explanation. The figure seemed to possess a supernatural power, an ability to interact with the fabric of reality itself. Its size, too, was difficult to ascertain. The distorted nature of the footage made it seem to shift, sometimes appearing taller and more slender than in others. As dawn approached, Liam continued to delve deeper into the unsettling recording. He felt a growing sense of dread, a chilling certainty that he was looking into something far beyond his comprehension, something ancient and profoundly evil. The mystery of the gas station security footage was becoming far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. He wasn't simply investigating a strange incident. He was now investigating a potential gateway into another realm. The final moments of the recording haunted him, a black void against the backdrop of the swirling shadows and whispers, representing not simply an end to the recording but also an end to his perception of reality itself. The final image left him with a lingering chill, an unsettling reminder of the unseen forces at play in the world. The absence of a definitive conclusion wasn't just unsettling, it was a terrifying void that gnawed at his mind. What happened that night in the gas station? What was the nature of the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows? The security footage offered only glimpses, hints, and suggestions, enough to plant the seeds of fear and terror deep within him, promising the existence of far greater horrors that lay beyond the reach of his understanding. The silence of the final moments held the weight of unanswered questions, a dreadful silence heavier than any scream. The grainy security footage flickered, the image of the gas station's interior distorted and jittery. Liam, his eyes bloodshot and his mind buzzing with exhaustion, replayed the final moments again and again. He'd spent the last 12 hours immersed in the unsettling recording, piecing together the fragments of a terrifying puzzle, and now he was at the precipice of something truly horrifying. He focused on the moment the night shift worker, whose name he still didn't know, first noticed something amiss. The worker, a small, slight woman with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun, is seen restocking shelves, her movements mechanical, almost robotic. Then, a subtle shift in her posture, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes as she glances towards the back of the store. The shadows seem to deepen, the whispers on the audio track growing louder, more menacing. Liam slowed the footage to a crawl. The woman's hand trembled as she reached for a bottle of soda, her gaze darting nervously towards the area behind the drink rack, the same area where he'd previously identified the slender, shadowy figure. Her breathing quickened, becoming ragged and shallow. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple, reflecting the harsh fluorescent light. Then, she turned. The footage became incredibly erratic, the camera shaking violently as if knocked off its mount. The audio erupted into a cacophony of screams, overlapping whispers, and guttural growls, a symphony of pure terror. Liam winced, adjusting his headphones to try to filter out the overwhelming sounds. He could barely discern the woman's screams above the din. The camera briefly steadied, revealing a distorted image of the woman grappling with something unseen, something large and shadowy. It was impossible to make out details. The footage was too blurry, the movement too rapid. The woman's struggles were short, brutal. A sound like a sickening crack echoed through the speakers, followed by a choked sob that was abruptly cut off. Then, nothing. The camera fell to the floor, the lens pointing upwards, capturing only the darkness above. The only sound was a low, guttural humming that seemed to vibrate through the speakers, resonating deep within Liam's chest. This humming was different from the whispers he'd heard before. This was a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. Liam rewound the footage several times, analyzing every frame, trying to understand what had happened. The violent shaking of the camera, the distorted audio, the complete lack of clarity all worked to obfuscate the truth. What exactly had happened during those crucial few seconds? Had the woman been attacked by the shadowy figure? Or was something else at play? He enhanced the contrast again, pushing the limits of the already degraded footage, hoping to glean some additional information. He could make out glimpses of the woman's struggle, her hands clawing at something unseen, her face contorted in a mask of terror. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a hint of the slender figure's long, thin limbs, but the image was immediately obscured by the camera's erratic movements. He discovered strange distortions in the frame, glitches that looked far more sinister than a simple malfunction. The colors bled together, creating surreal, nightmarish patterns. The edges of the images shimmered and warped, as if some unseen force was manipulating the very fabric of reality. The temporal distortions were even more disconcerting, with brief moments where the footage seemed to jump forward or backward in time. It was as if the recording itself was being manipulated by some unknown entity. He then focused on the humming sound. He isolated the audio track and ran a spectral analysis, hoping to determine its origin or frequency. The results were baffling. The sound contained frequencies far beyond the range of human hearing, frequencies that felt more like vibrations resonating deep within the very structure of reality. It was a sound that seemed to emanate not from a physical source, but from some kind of dimensional distortion. Liam's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't simply a security footage recording of a crime. It was evidence of something far more sinister, something that defied logic and reason. This was a record of a violation, a transgression of reality itself. He noticed something else, something he'd initially overlooked. Embedded within the chaotic footage, almost imperceptible, were short flashes of static, interspersed throughout the recording. But these weren't typical random static bursts. These static flashes appeared at key moments, during the woman's initial apprehension, during the struggle, and immediately before the camera went dark. The static flashes were too patterned, too deliberate to be random. It was almost as if an unseen entity was using the static to communicate. Liam spent hours studying the static, analyzing the patterns, searching for any kind of code or message. He tried different image filters and digital enhancement techniques, but nothing produced a clear result. The static remained an enigma, a cryptic message woven into the fabric of the chaotic footage. He began to feel a deep sense of unease. He felt like he was being watched, observed by some unseen entity that seemed to be aware of his investigation. The eerie silence between the cacophony of screams and growls was almost more disturbing than the chaos itself. This silence was heavy, pregnant with a dread that resonated deep within his bones. It was the absence of sound that screamed the loudest. The night wore on, the hours blurring together in a haze of exhaustion and growing dread. Liam continued to examine the footage, to analyze the anomalies, to search for clues. But the more he looked, the less he understood. The gas station security footage was a nightmarish puzzle with too many pieces and too few answers. The blurry, distorted images and the chaotic audio were only fragments, leaving him with more questions than answers and an overwhelming sense of dread. He was on the edge of something profoundly terrifying, an abyss of the unknown. Dawn arrived, casting a pale light through his window, but Liam remained engrossed in the flickering images. The final moments of the recording remained a horrifying mystery, a black void that swallowed the woman and her terror. The lack of resolution, the absence of a clear explanation, only amplified the horror. The unsolved mystery was a chilling reminder of the unseen terrors that lurk just beyond the edges of our perception. The security footage didn't just capture a crime, it captured a descent into madness, leaving the viewer with a lingering unease and the unnerving certainty that the true horror lies not in what was seen but in what remained unseen, hidden within the chaotic darkness. The unanswered questions hung heavy in the air, leaving Liam with a chilling certainty: some mysteries are better left undisturbed. The grainy image froze on a distorted view of the ceiling, the camera lying askew, its lens capturing only the dull fluorescent lights above. The guttural humming persisted for a few more seconds, a low thrumming vibration that seemed to resonate within Liam's very bones before abruptly cutting out, leaving an unnerving silence in its wake. The silence was heavier than the screams, a suffocating blanket of dread that clung to him, refusing to release its grip. Liam sat back, his heart hammering against his ribs. He replayed the final moments again, slowing the footage to a crawl, frame by frame. He scrutinized every pixel, searching for any clue, any hint of what had happened after the camera fell. Nothing. The abrupt ending was more terrifying than any gruesome image could ever be. It left a gaping hole in the narrative, a void filled only with speculation and dread. The unknown was far more terrifying than the known horrors. He tried enhancing the audio, boosting the volume, filtering out noise, but only the humming and the silence remained. The screams, the struggle, the guttural growls, they were all abruptly cut off, as though someone, or something, had deliberately silenced the recording. This deliberate act of silencing, the abrupt cessation of the chaos, only served to heighten the horror. It suggested a level of control, a calculated precision that went beyond a random act of violence. The missing worker was the most chilling element of the entire incident. There was no sign of her after the camera fell. No body, no trace, nothing. Liam imagined the possibilities, the scenarios playing out in his mind, each more horrific than the last. Had she escaped? Was she still alive, trapped somewhere within the gas station, a prisoner in the unseen depths of the building? Or was she something else entirely? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He spent the next several hours delving deeper into the gas station's records, searching for any information about the missing employee. He found her personnel file, a thin folder containing basic information. Her name was Sarah Jenkins, 24 years old, hired 3 months prior. Her employment history was unremarkable. No criminal record, no history of mental illness. Just a simple, hard-working young woman who had vanished without a trace. The police report was equally unrevealing. The initial investigation had turned up nothing. The responding officers reported finding the camera on the floor, the gas station seemingly undisturbed apart from the broken camera mount and some spilled soda. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond what the security footage had captured, no witnesses, and no clues. The case was deemed a missing persons investigation, swiftly downgraded in priority amidst a backlog of other emergencies. Liam realized the futility of relying on the official channels for answers. He decided to investigate the gas station himself. The next day, armed with a flashlight and a growing sense of dread, he visited the gas station. It was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the pandemonium captured on the security footage. The place seemed clean, almost sterile, with no lingering signs of the struggle. The only indication of anything unusual was the slightly askew soda rack, the remnant of the workers' last moments. Liam walked around, noting every detail. The layout matched the security footage perfectly. He identified the location where the camera had fallen. He investigated the area behind the drink rack where the shadowy figure had appeared. The only thing he found was a faint, almost imperceptible scent, a strange, musky odor that clung to the air like a shroud. It was a smell that was both repellent and strangely captivating, a scent that spoke of decay and something ancient, something otherworldly. He spent hours examining the surrounding area, searching for any sign of the missing worker. He explored the storage room, the office, the restrooms, every nook and cranny of the building. He found nothing. The gas station remained a silent monument to the unseen horror that had transpired within its walls. The absence of evidence was, in itself, compelling evidence of something profoundly disturbing. Liam began to dig into the history of the gas station. He discovered that the building had a long and troubled past. Local lore whispered of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and a pervasive feeling of unease that had clung to the place for decades. Stories of shadows moving in the periphery, whispers in the dead of night, and unexplained noises echoing from the empty spaces within the building were common amongst long-term residents. As Liam delved deeper into these local stories, a chilling pattern emerged. Several incidents throughout the gas station's history mirrored the night shift workers' disappearance. Each incident was marked by the same unsettling traits: the sudden disappearance of a night shift worker, a lack of physical evidence, and an overwhelming sense of dread that permeated the atmosphere. The local accounts, coupled with the security footage and the unsettling smell, all pointed to a sinister, recurring pattern of events. The unanswered questions gnawed at him, feeding his growing obsession. Was this a serial killer at work? Or was there something far more sinister, something far more otherworldly, lurking within the shadows of that gas station? He felt a growing conviction that he was dealing with something far beyond human comprehension, something ancient and malevolent. The whispers, the shadows, the humming, they all seemed to converge within the confines of that seemingly ordinary gas station. Liam knew he should stop, that he should leave the mystery unsolved, but the allure of the unknown was too strong. The unanswered questions, the unsolved mystery, acted as a magnet, drawing him back into the vortex of fear. He was walking a dangerous path, one that led directly into the heart of darkness. The more he investigated, the more he felt that he was not just uncovering a mystery but awakening something that had long been dormant. The investigation had become a descent into madness, a spiraling vortex of dread. Each answer only led to more questions, each clue only revealed more unsettling mysteries. Liam realized that the true horror lay not in the events depicted in the security footage but in the unsettling silence that followed, the unanswered questions, and the chilling realization that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, that some doors are better left unopened, and some truths are best left unknown. The gas station, once a mundane location, had become a portal to a terrifying reality, a place where the boundaries between worlds blurred, and the unseen horrors held dominion. The aftermath of the security footage was not simply the absence of the night shift worker, it was the chilling anticipation of the unknown, the lingering terror of what may yet unfold. The unanswered questions hung heavy in the air, a testament to the power of the unseen, a constant reminder that the greatest fears often reside in the unexplored depths of the unknown. The investigation, far from providing closure, had only amplified the chilling uncertainty, leaving Liam with a sense of dread that would forever haunt him. Story 4. The Final Text Messages. The first text arrived at 11:47 p.m. It was short, almost cryptic. Something's wrong. Really wrong. Sarah's usual bubbly tone was replaced by a chilling unease, a tremor of fear that vibrated through the simple words. Liam, her friend, had been expecting a casual goodnight text, a quick update on her late shift at the diner. Instead, he received a message that sent a shiver down his spine. He texted back immediately, "Sarah, what's wrong?" He tried calling, but it went straight to voicemail. The diner, he knew, was a desolate spot, miles outside of town, practically in the middle of nowhere. The thought of her alone in that isolated building, whatever wrong meant, filled him with a growing sense of dread. The next text arrived just seconds later, the urgency palpable. "I think someone's here. I can hear noises." He imagined the cold dread that must have gripped her as she typed those words, the palpable fear echoing in the simple sentences. He pictured her clutching her phone, her heart pounding in her chest, the shadows of the diner stretching long and menacing in the dim light. 11:51 p.m., it's in the kitchen. "I'm hiding." This time, the fear was more pronounced, a raw, unfiltered panic that choked the words. The ellipsis at the end implied a continuation, a desperate silence that left Liam breathless with anticipation. His hands were shaking as he continued to try to call, the ringing tone a painful reminder of her unreachable state. 11:54 p.m., it's getting closer. I can hear its breathing. It's heavy, light. The message trailed off, cut short. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that swallowed Liam whole. He was glued to his phone, his mind racing with a million terrifying scenarios. His heart pounded a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He sent message after message, desperate for a response, but they remained unanswered. The texts, or rather, the lack of them, amplified the horror, turning the digital communication into a chilling countdown, a morbid timestamping of Sarah's fading hope. 11:58 p.m., a single word arrived, help. The brevity was more terrifying than any detailed account. It was a silent scream, trapped within the confines of a digital message, a helpless plea that echoed in the vast digital space between them. 12:02 a.m., it's touching the door. Again, the message was cut short, the ellipsis a gaping hole in the narrative, a silent testament to her mounting terror. The incomplete sentence clawed at Liam's nerves, filling the gap with his own imagination's nightmarish scenarios. 12:05 a.m., a series of rapid-fire messages arrived, each more fragmented and incoherent than the last. They were desperate, broken cries for help, a digital scramble of fear and panic. It's cold. It smells bad. I can hear it, scratching. The lights are flickering. I can feel its breath. It's in the... The final message was incomplete. It's... The message abruptly cut off, leaving a digital silence so profound it felt physical. The phone remained silent. No more messages, no calls, nothing. The final message remained a haunting cliffhanger, a testament to the sudden, brutal end of Sarah's life, its abrupt termination more chilling than any gruesome detail. Liam felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He reread the messages, each word, each punctuation mark, each cryptic fragment feeding into a growing sense of dread. The escalating panic was clear, the mounting terror palpable, each message a digital breadcrumb leading to the same horrifying conclusion. The lack of detail was perhaps the most terrifying aspect. The messages were stripped of any descriptive language that could have offered a hint at the attacker's identity. It was the ambiguity that amplified the fear, the uncertainty that turned the unknown into a monstrous, amorphous entity lurking in the shadows of Liam's imagination. It was a nameless, faceless predator, existing only within the void of Sarah's final moments. He tried calling again, but the phone went straight to voicemail. He tried texting, but his messages remained unanswered. The only response was the same chilling silence, the void where Sarah's voice once resided. He contacted the diner, but no one answered. He called the police, reporting her missing. Their response was dismissive. A missing persons report, they said, nothing more. They would look into it, they assured him, but his expectations shouldn't be high. He knew the chances of them finding her were slim. The diner was miles from any other establishment, isolated and forgotten. He knew, in his gut, that no one would look for her in earnest. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The police investigation went nowhere. There were no witnesses, no leads, no clues. Sarah's disappearance remained a mystery, her final text messages a chilling testament to the unseen terrors that lurk in the shadows, in the dead of night, in the vast anonymity of the digital world. Liam continued to reread Sarah's texts, studying them like cryptic clues in a macabre puzzle. He looked for patterns, for hidden meanings, for anything that could shed light on what had happened to her. He found nothing. The unanswered questions, the unfulfilled sentences, the incomplete messages, they became a haunting reminder of the terrifying unknown, a constant source of dread that clung to him like a shroud. The chilling finality of the texts, the absolute silence that followed, was the most terrifying aspect of all. It was the silence that screamed loudest, the absence of sound that amplified the horror, the nothingness that spoke volumes about the brutal end of Sarah's life. He would forever be haunted by the unanswered question implied in that final, truncated message. It was the what that remained unwritten, the untold story that would forever remain etched in the digital void, a terrifying mystery that haunted Liam's waking hours and invaded his dreams. The unseen horror, the unspeakable act, the unanswered questions, they remained the most chilling elements of all. The silence, the void where Sarah's voice should have been, it was the ultimate horror, a testament to the power of the unknown. A chilling reminder of what can happen when the digital world becomes a stage for our darkest fears. Liam stared at the screen, his eyes burning from lack of sleep. He'd spent countless hours poring over Sarah's final text messages, searching for some hidden meaning, some clue that could unravel the mystery of her disappearance. The police had been unhelpful, their investigation a cursory sweep that yielded nothing. The diner remained eerily silent, its once familiar glow replaced by a chilling darkness. The initial messages were unsettling, but they hinted at something tangible, a presence, a disturbance. Something's wrong. Really wrong, Sarah had typed, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor. The subsequent texts painted a chilling picture, a growing sense of unease, escalating fear, and the undeniable presence of something else. I can hear noises, she'd written, the simple words resonating with a terror that transcended the digital medium. The fear in those messages wasn't just text, it was a raw, visceral scream trapped within the confines of a mobile phone. It was the progression of the messages that truly unsettled Liam. It wasn't a sudden burst of terror, but a slow, agonizing build-up. Each message was a step closer to the unknown, each word a chilling echo of Sarah's mounting fear. The initial uncertainty gave way to a palpable sense of dread, and finally, raw, unfiltered panic. "It's in the kitchen. I'm hiding," she typed, her words revealing the escalating proximity of the unseen threat. Liam imagined her, huddled in the shadows, the cold metal of the refrigerator a meager shield against the unknown terror. Then came the descriptions, cryptic and unsettling, its breathing, heavy, like. The ellipsis was a gaping hole in the narrative, a terrifying pause that invited Liam's imagination to fill the void with its own nightmarish scenarios. The message suggested not just a presence, but something monstrous, something unnatural. Something that breathed heavy, like a beast. The subsequent messages were more fragmented, more desperate. They became a panicked stream of consciousness, capturing the accelerating descent into terror. "It's cold. It smells bad. I can hear it, scratching." Each message was a disjointed piece of a horrifying puzzle, a frantic attempt to describe the indescribable. The flickering lights, the cold, the smell, these details painted a picture far more chilling than any direct confrontation. They suggested a presence that was not only threatening, but fundamentally wrong, something that violated the natural order of things. The description spoke of something far beyond a simple robbery or assault. It was the sensory details, the subtle but deeply unsettling aspects that solidified the notion of a supernatural encounter. "I can feel its breath." This wasn't just a fear of physical violence, it was a fear that transcended the physical, a dread of something that could invade her very essence. The final messages were the most harrowing. Short, staccato bursts of terror, punctuated by the agonizing silence of an incomplete thought. "It's..." The unfinished sentence haunted Liam, a gaping void where the final terrifying revelation should have been. Was it "it's in the..." "It's behind." "It's to..." The possibilities were endless, each more terrifying than the last. The incomplete sentence became a living nightmare, forever incomplete, forever haunting. Liam found himself obsessed with the details, analyzing the timing of the messages, the length of the pauses. He noticed a pattern. The frequency of the messages increased as the threat drew nearer. The texts mirrored Sarah's mounting desperation, reflecting a proximity that intensified with terrifying speed. He considered the digital footprint Sarah left behind. Could there be more? Could the metadata hold clues? He looked at the timestamps, comparing them to the known security camera coverage of the diner. But the cameras were old, the footage grainy, offering little more than the desolate emptiness of the parking lot after closing. The messages weren't simply a record of Sarah's final moments. They were a map, a twisted guide through her escalating horror. They were not just words on a screen. They were shards of a broken reality, fragments of a terrifying encounter. They were the echoes of a life cut short, a story unfinished, a terror left untold. He went back to the first message, rereading it, trying to discern more. Something's wrong. Really wrong. He wondered what had prompted that initial sense of unease. Had Sarah seen something? Heard something? Felt something? The lack of detail only compounded the horror, allowing Liam's imagination to fill the gaps with ever more terrifying possibilities. He found himself replaying the messages in his mind, each one a fresh stab of dread. The chilling repetition of it became a maddening mantra, a relentless reminder of the unresolved terror. He envisioned her hiding, the fear consuming her, her every breath a desperate plea for help that was never heard. He thought of her final moments, the cold, the smell, the heavy breathing, the scratching sound against the walls, and then the void, the digital silence that followed the final, unfinished message. The silence was deafening. It was worse than any scream. The unanswered questions gnawed at him, the silence echoing in his mind. Was it a person? Something else entirely? The uncertainty was as terrifying as any concrete answer could have been. It was the unknown that haunted him, the shapeless entity that resided only in the shadows, and the gaps between the words, and the silence between the messages. The fear wasn't just about Sarah's fate, it was about the possibility of such terror existing, unseen, unacknowledged, waiting in the digital darkness. The police investigation had closed the case as an unsolved missing persons report. Liam knew they hadn't even tried. He felt a creeping sense of despair. He was alone in this nightmare, trapped in the digital echo of Sarah's last moments. He was left with only the cold, hard facts of the final text messages and the chilling knowledge that whatever had happened to Sarah, whatever had taken her from him, remained out there, unseen, unpunished, and ready to strike again. The digital silence, the unfinished sentence, the unseen threat, these were the real horrors, the chilling reminders of a darkness that lurked just beyond the reach of the light. The unspoken fear, the unanswered questions, the digital ghost of Sarah's final moments, they were the true nightmare that Liam would forever carry within him. The chilling silence spoke volumes, a terrifying testament to the power of the unknown, and the unseen horrors that lie in wait. Liam scrolled through the messages again, each rereading intensifying the chill that had settled deep in his bones. He'd memorized the sequence, the rhythm of escalating terror, but each time he went through it, new details emerged from the digital fog. The initial messages, seemingly innocuous in retrospect, now held a sinister undercurrent. Busy day, Sarah had texted at 2:17 p.m. It was followed by a seemingly mundane "just finished my shift." Yet, Liam knew, with a sickening certainty, that these simple messages masked a growing unease, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that Sarah was unable to articulate at the time. The first hint of trouble came at 3:48 p.m. Something feels off. The vagueness, the hesitant phrasing, now stood out as a crucial detail. This wasn't the Sarah he knew, the bubbly waitress who always had a cheerful update to share. This was a Sarah whose perception had been fractured, her reality tainted by something unseen, something that had seeped into the normalcy of her afternoon. The texts continued, the intervals shrinking, the fear growing exponentially. "The lights are flickering," she wrote at 4:12 p.m. A simple observation, yet in Liam's mind, it transmuted into a tangible sign of the supernatural. He pictured the diner, usually bathed in the warm glow of fluorescent lights, now flickering erratically, casting shifting shadows that danced and writhed on the walls. He imagined Sarah, alone amidst the growing darkness, the rhythmic flicker of the lights amplifying her growing sense of unease. At 4:27 p.m., the tone shifted. "I hear scratching at the back door." The casual observation was replaced by an undercurrent of fear. The simple act of hearing a scratching sound now took on a sinister dimension. Liam tried to rationalize it, a rat, a stray animal. But he knew, deep down, that it was more than that. The scratching was a prelude, a precursor to something far more sinister. It was a creeping dread, a sense of being watched, of being encroached upon. The messages became more frequent, the intervals between them shrinking to mere minutes. "It's cold in here," she typed at 4:35 p.m. The statement, seemingly trivial, evoked a visceral chill within Liam. He wasn't simply reading about the temperature dropping, he was experiencing it, the phantom chill creeping into his own space, mirroring Sarah's fear. The cold wasn't simply meteorological, it was a cold that emanated from something unseen, something malevolent. Then came the smell. "It smells bad," she typed at 4:41 p.m., followed immediately by, "like decay." The description, precise and unsettling, triggered an overwhelming sense of revulsion within Liam. He could almost smell it himself, the pungent odor of decay, a horrific stench that violated the senses and seeped into the very fabric of reality. It was a smell that defied explanation, a violation of the natural order, a premonition of something truly monstrous. By 4:48 p.m., Sarah's fear had become palpable. "It's getting closer," she typed, her words reflecting the encroaching dread that threatened to consume her. The pronoun had hung heavy in the air, its ambiguity making it all the more terrifying. It was a nameless dread, an unknown entity inching closer, its presence felt but unseen. This was the moment the mundane fear transformed into something horrifying, something that transcended the rational. The frantic pace of the messages increased. "I can hear its breathing," she wrote at 4:52 p.m., the ellipses trailing off like a terrified gasp. "Heavy, like." The unfinished sentence was a cruel cliffhanger, leaving the reader with a maddening void to fill with their own terrors. Liam imagined the sound, the heavy, rasping breaths of something monstrous, something unnatural. It was the sound of a creature from a nightmare, something that violated the boundaries of reality. The final messages were fragmented, disjointed, a frantic attempt to describe the indescribable. "It's in the kitchen." Each word was separated by agonizing pauses, punctuated by the relentless silence that preceded the chilling emptiness of the final message. "It's..." The single word, hanging unfinished, was more terrifying than any complete sentence could have been. It was a scream trapped within the confines of a phone, a silent plea for help lost to the digital void. The incomplete sentence was an open wound, a gaping maw in the narrative. What had Sarah intended to say? "It's in the walls? It's behind me? It's too late?" The possibilities were endless, each one a fresh wave of terror that washed over Liam. The unfinished message was a living nightmare, a testament to the horrifying reality that had cut short Sarah's life. Liam closed his eyes, the images from Sarah's final messages flashing before him. The flickering lights, the chilling cold, the putrid smell of decay, the heavy breathing, the scratching sounds, they were more than just digital text, they were sensory assaults, fragments of a reality far more terrifying than anything he could have imagined. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, the knowledge that he was powerless to prevent the tragedy that had unfolded. He studied the timestamps again, the inexorable progression of the terror laid bare in the digital record. He noted the final message, the unfinished sentence, the digital silence that followed, a silence more terrifying than any scream, a testament to the absolute horror that had overtaken Sarah. The digital record, instead of providing answers, only deepened the mystery and escalated the fear. The incomplete narrative haunted him, a reminder of the darkness that lurked unseen, of the terrors that lie beyond the bounds of human comprehension. The silence screamed, a deafening echo of the unseen horror that took Sarah, leaving behind nothing but the chilling trail of her final text messages and a haunting unanswered question: what was it? The question, unanswered, remained the most terrifying aspect of all. The final message hung in the digital ether, a stark, incomplete sentence that clawed at Liam's sanity. "It's..." That was it. No further explanation, no desperate cry for rescue, just the abrupt cessation of communication, a digital death rattle that echoed the silence of the grave. He stared at the screen, his eyes burning, the faint blue light reflecting in the dilated pupils. The phone, once a symbol of connection, now felt like a cold, metallic tombstone, bearing the inscription of Sarah's final, desperate utterance. He reread the entire sequence again, slower this time, dissecting each word, each punctuation mark, searching for some hidden meaning, some clue that might illuminate the darkness surrounding Sarah's demise. The mundane had morphed into the monstrous, the everyday into the excruciatingly terrifying. He focused on the mundane details, trying to reconstruct the scene in his mind. He could almost visualize the diner, empty and desolate after closing time, the lingering smell of coffee and fries now replaced by the fetid stench of decay. He could picture Sarah, alone in the dimly lit kitchen, her heart pounding, her breath catching in her throat as the unseen entity closed in. The flickering lights, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the walls, amplified her terror. He tried to imagine the scratching, that unnerving sound that preceded the horror, a harbinger of doom that slowly eroded her sense of security, replacing it with an all-consuming fear. The chilling cold, the putrid smell, the heavy breathing, these were more than just descriptions. They were visceral assaults, fragments of a terrifying reality that forced its way into his own consciousness. The incompleteness of the final message was a gaping wound in the narrative, a source of unbearable suspense. What had Sarah seen? What had she heard? What was it? The question echoed in his mind, a maddening loop playing on repeat, a soundtrack to his growing dread. Was it something physical, a monstrous entity from some forgotten realm? Or was it something more insidious, some psychological torment, a descent into madness captured in the chilling finality of her text messages? He contemplated the possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. Perhaps it had been lurking in the shadows, feeding off her fear, its presence growing stronger with each frantic message. Perhaps it was something that had been there all along, a malevolent entity hidden within the walls of the diner, waiting for its moment to strike. The timestamps, those cold, hard numbers, laid bare the relentless progression of the terror, the inexorable march of death. Each minute felt like an eternity, each second a cruel reminder of Sarah's increasing desperation. He could feel the urgency, the fear, the growing sense of helplessness reflected in the shrinking intervals between her messages. He almost felt her panic, her desperate attempts to convey the unspeakable horror she was experiencing. He could feel the coldness spreading through his own body, mirroring the chilling cold she described in her penultimate message. The silence between messages, the pauses before each desperate plea, amplified the dread. They were screams trapped in the digital confines of her phone. He wondered about the police investigation, the lack of answers, the frustrating absence of clues. Had they dismissed her death as a random act of violence? Or had they encountered something so inexplicable, so beyond the realm of human comprehension that they had chosen to bury the truth? He wondered whether they even found anything amiss within the diner. The text messages, the only tangible evidence of the horror Sarah had experienced, might be disregarded as mere ramblings of a troubled mind. This thought chilled him more than the previous sensory experiences. The sheer impotence of the authorities added a layer of existential dread to his already troubled state of mind. This realization, that Sarah's plight was so utterly beyond the understanding of those in authority, only amplified the overwhelming sense of despair and hopelessness. Liam closed his eyes, the images from the text messages seared into his mind. The flickering lights, the suffocating cold, the nauseating stench, the heavy breathing, the relentless scratching, they were more than just digital data, they were visceral sensations, fragments of a terrifying reality that refused to let him go. He felt a profound sense of grief for Sarah, not only for her tragic death, but for the horrifying experience that preceded it. He felt her fear, her desperation, her final, silent plea for help. He wished there had been more to the story. More messages. More details. But there was only silence, an unending void that echoed the incompleteness of her final message and the profound unanswered questions surrounding her untimely end. He picked up the phone again, the cold glass a stark contrast to the warmth of his trembling hand. He scrolled through the messages once more, the digital trail of Sarah's terror laid bare before him. He searched for any sign, any clue that might offer some explanation, some glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. But there was nothing. Only the chilling progression of fear, the escalating dread, the final, incomplete sentence that hung heavy in the digital silence, a haunting testament to the horror that had stolen Sarah from the world and left him grappling with an incomprehensible nightmare. He knew, with a sickening certainty, that he would never truly understand what had happened to Sarah, that the truth would remain forever locked within the digital void. The unanswered question, what was it, became his own personal torment, a chilling reminder of the unseen terrors that lie just beyond the reach of human understanding, a haunting presence that followed him long after he had finished reading Sarah's last text messages. The silence screamed louder than any words could have. It was a silence punctuated only by the echoing question and the relentless weight of unbearable loss. The unanswered question haunted him, a phantom pain that refused to fade, leaving behind the lingering chill of a horrifying mystery. The chilling finality of Sarah's last text message, the incomplete, haunting it, became the focal point of Detective Miller's investigation. He stared at the printouts, the pale light of his desk lamp reflecting off the glossy paper. Each message, meticulously time-stamped, felt like a breadcrumb in a trail leading to a terrifying abyss. He'd initially dismissed the case as a simple missing person, another statistic in the overflowing files of the city's overwhelmed police department. But the escalating terror captured in those digital whispers, the raw fear radiating from the concise words, had begun to unsettle him. It was far from the typical missing person case. There was a distinct, palpable sense of dread that clung to the messages like a shroud. Miller's partner, Detective Reyes, a seasoned veteran with a cynical edge, remained unconvinced. "Just another runaway, Miller," she'd grumbled, shuffling through the case files, her face etched with weary indifference. "Probably ran off with some guy, got herself into trouble." But Miller couldn't shake the feeling that something far more sinister was at play. The meticulous detail in Sarah's texts, the escalating descriptions of the cold, the scratching sounds, the heavy breathing, it painted a disturbingly vivid picture, far beyond the usual frantic pleas of a frightened individual. He revisited the diner where Sarah worked, a small, nondescript establishment on the edge of town. The place was eerily quiet, the aroma of stale coffee and grease clinging to the air like a phantom scent. The owner, a portly man with tired eyes and a perpetually worried frown, remembered Sarah vaguely. He confirmed she'd closed up alone that night, as was her usual practice. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. No broken windows, no forced entry, no signs of a struggle. His testimony offered little to the investigation. The lack of any physical evidence was unnerving. Miller meticulously reviewed the diner's security footage, hoping for some glimpse of Sarah's last moments, some hint of her abductor or attacker. The cameras, however, were old and grainy, the images blurred and indistinct. The recordings were plagued with glitches and static, rendering them virtually useless. He felt a growing sense of frustration, a gnawing feeling that the evidence he needed was slipping through his fingers like sand. The digital trail of the text messages remained the most substantial lead. He returned to the messages, poring over them with renewed intensity. He focused on the geographical details, the references to the kitchen, the back door, the alleyway. He had the crime scene investigators re-examine the diner, specifically the areas mentioned in Sarah's texts. They discovered subtle scratches on the back door, barely visible to the naked eye. These scratches, initially overlooked, aligned unsettlingly with Sarah's description of the scratching sound. A small detail, yet a significant one, adding another piece to the disturbing puzzle. The cold she described in her messages posed another puzzle. The temperature readings from the night of her disappearance revealed nothing unusual. Yet, the intensity of her description, the palpable sense of icy dread that permeated her words, hinted at something far more than simply a chilly night. It felt unnatural, more akin to supernatural phenomena. This conclusion was not readily acceptable, but the absence of any physical explanation for the event left him grasping for straws. The heavy breathing, mentioned in her penultimate message, proved the most challenging detail to investigate. There were no witnesses, no signs of a struggle, no other recordings beyond the text messages themselves. The lack of additional evidence was maddening, as it suggested Sarah's perception of the event may have been influenced by psychological factors, or there was more to the events than a physical attack. The investigation had become a haunting dance between the mundane and the inexplicable, a relentless pursuit of answers that seemed to vanish into the digital ether with each passing day. The text messages, once a simple trail of breadcrumbs, now morphed into a labyrinth of unanswered questions, leading not to a resolution but to a deepening sense of chilling dread. He considered the possibility of a stalker, someone who had been following Sarah, tormenting her. But the messages lacked any specific reference to a person. The sheer anonymity of the horror amplified the fear. It was as if the danger, the unseen entity Sarah was trying to warn of, was not a person but something far more insidious. Something beyond human comprehension. Miller was starting to believe that Sarah was not merely describing a physical presence but an overwhelming sensory experience, a descent into madness punctuated by the digital record of her final moments. The cold, the scratching, the heavy breathing, all could be manifestations of her fear, a psychological breakdown captured in her final, frantic texts. The uncertainty was unbearable. Days turned into weeks. The investigation yielded little progress. The case, initially dismissed as a missing person report, slowly became a chilling enigma, a ghost story unfolding in the digital age. The cold reality that he may never uncover the truth of Sarah's final moments was settling upon him like a heavy blanket. The sense of incompleteness gnawed at him, adding to the already overwhelming sense of failure he felt at the case. He returned to Sarah's text messages again, searching for some hidden message, some overlooked clue. He studied the timestamps, the intervals between messages, the way her descriptions escalated. The pacing of the messages resembled that of a mounting panic, indicating an unseen element intensifying as the event approached its climax. The last message, the fragmented its, haunted him like a specter. Was it a name? A partial description? Or was it simply a fragment of a scream, truncated by the interruption of an unseen, violent event? The finality of it sent chills down his spine. It indicated an immediate, unexpected event that terminated Sarah's ability to communicate. It felt like an abrupt end to a narrative, leaving him with the weight of an unfathomable ending. The case file sat on his desk, a silent testament to the unanswered questions. The digital echoes of Sarah's final moments still resonated, a chilling reminder of the unseen terrors that lurk beyond the reach of human understanding. The case, he realized, might never be closed. Sarah's story, like her last text message, remained incomplete, hanging unfinished in the digital ether, a haunting testament to a mystery that was, perhaps, best left unsolved. The silence of the investigation felt as terrifying as the events detailed in those final messages. The unanswered questions, like unseen eyes, were watching him, waiting for him to stumble upon the truth, a truth that may never reveal itself. Story 5, The Cabin in the Woods. The battered Jeep coughed and sputtered, its tires crunching on loose gravel as it finally shuddered to a halt. Dust motes danced in the fading sunlight, illuminating the dense, oppressive woods that surrounded them. Liam, his face smudged with grime and exhaustion, switched off the engine, the silence that followed heavy and unsettling. The air hung thick and still, the only sound the chirping of unseen insects, a stark contrast to the jarring hum of the engine moments before. "This is it," Maya breathed, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. She adjusted the backpack slung across her shoulders, its weight a comforting presence in the oppressive silence. Behind her, Ben and Chloe were still emerging from the Jeep, their faces mirroring Maya's blend of fear and anticipation. They had been driving for hours, venturing deeper and deeper into the heart of the wilderness, following a faded map passed down from a mysterious, long-deceased relative of Chloe's. The map promised a secluded cabin, a place rumored to be steeped in history, shrouded in mystery, and potentially, according to whispers, haunted. The cabin stood before them, a dilapidated structure swallowed by the encroaching woods. Its weathered wooden planks, stained a dark gray by years of rain and sun, leaned at precarious angles, the roof sagging in the middle like a weary old man slumping under the weight of the years. Windows were dark, empty sockets staring out into the deepening twilight. The whole structure seemed to whisper of decay and abandonment, a forlorn sentinel in the heart of the wilderness. An unnatural stillness clung to the place, a suffocating silence that amplified the rustle of leaves and the creak of branches under the weight of the wind. The very air itself seemed thick with an ancient, lingering energy, a palpable sense of something long forgotten and now disturbed. The friends exchanged nervous glances, a silent acknowledgement of the unsettling atmosphere. Chloe, usually the bravest of the group, hesitated before stepping out of the jeep. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, her voice betraying the tremor in her hands. Ben, ever the pragmatist, shrugged. "It's just an old cabin, Chloe. Probably nothing to worry about." But even his confident tone lacked its usual ring of certainty, tinged with a hint of underlying unease. Liam, driven by a morbid curiosity, was already moving towards the cabin, his footsteps crunching on the decaying leaves and twigs. The closer they got, the more palpable the feeling of unease became. The air grew colder, a stark contrast to the relatively warm day they'd experienced. A strange, musty odor hung in the air, a mixture of damp wood, decaying leaves, and something else, something indefinable, something unsettling. The cabin's front door hung crookedly on its hinges, a gaping maw inviting them inside. Liam cautiously pushed it open, the sound a loud, jarring crack in the suffocating silence. Dust motes swirled in the dim light filtering through the grimy windows, illuminating the interior of the cabin, which looked as if it had been untouched for decades. The air inside was heavy, thick with the scent of decay and dampness. Furniture, shrouded in thick layers of dust and cobwebs, was scattered haphazardly around the room. A broken rocking chair sat in one corner, its wooden slats cracked and splintered. A tattered armchair faced a dusty fireplace, its hearth cold and empty. The air seemed to vibrate with a strange, unsettling energy. In the far corner, nestled between a pile of decaying books and a chipped porcelain doll, they spotted it, a small, rectangular object perched on a dusty shelf. It was a video camera, its casing covered in grime and dust, but seemingly intact. Ben picked it up carefully, his fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the plastic. He examined it closely, noticing a small, blinking red light on the side. "It's still got power," Ben whispered, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and unease. They didn't know how such a relic survived time and elements so well. His eyes widened as he found an on-off switch. With a shared look, he pressed it. The small screen flickered to life, displaying a grainy, black and white image. The video was old, the quality poor, but it was clear enough to make out the scene. The view was of the cabin's interior, a slightly different angle than theirs, showing a young man and a young woman sitting before a crackling fire. They were huddled together, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the flames. Their faces were not clearly identifiable in the old image, but they felt familiar enough for the friends to stare at the video for a longer duration than they initially planned. They looked comfortable in the old recording and seemed to be enjoying their moment. They were talking and laughing, creating an ambience of happiness in the old cabin. But as the video continued, the atmosphere on screen shifted subtly. The couple's laughter became less frequent, replaced by long silences punctuated by nervous glances exchanged between them. The fire sputtered and flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls, transforming the familiar setting into something increasingly sinister. The video recording played on, their smiles turning into frowns and their chuckles into nervous giggles. The scenes portrayed the couple's experiences in the old cabin, from happy moments to fear, until they reached the terrifying climax. The friends watched in horror as the recording detailed their last moments, captured in a chilling sequence of events before the camera eventually cut out. The friends were in shock, and they felt uneasy about the recording that they viewed. They felt a strange sense of connection with the couple in the recording, like they were watching a mirror image of their own experiences. The grainy footage showed the couple preparing for a night of rest, but as the night progressed, unsettling events started unfolding. Scratching sounds became audible from within the walls of the cabin, punctuated by heavy, ominous breaths. The couple initially brushed them off as mere animals or the sound of the old structure settling, but as the night wore on, the sounds intensified, escalating into a cacophony of unsettling noises, punctuated by periods of heavy silence, creating a horrifying contrast. The camera occasionally shifted, showing brief, fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures moving outside the windows, their forms indistinct but menacing. The couple seemed to become increasingly aware of a presence in the cabin, an unseen entity, and their initial nervousness slowly morphed into absolute terror. Their laughter ended, their conversation dried out, and their smiles disappeared. They became aware of the presence of something unseen, something that was lurking behind the walls of the cabin. As the night progressed, the couple's fear escalated rapidly, culminating in an intense moment of panic. Their frantic movements and terrified expressions were clearly visible on the old video camera. Their whispers of fear and desperation were caught in the recording, creating a horrifying account of their descent into terror. The last scene recorded showed a terrifying scene. The couple running towards the camera in fear, before the recording suddenly cut off, abruptly ending their story. The friends sat in silence, the images still seared into their minds. The video was not only a recording, but a horrifying story of survival, and the friends felt the intensity of what happened in the cabin. The unsettling silence in the cabin was broken only by the sound of their shallow breaths. They knew, deep down, that they were far from safe, and that their night in the cabin was far from over. The chilling finality of the recording left them with a deep sense of dread, far exceeding the apprehension they had felt moments earlier. The cabin itself seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a chilling testament to the terrifying events the footage had revealed. The unsettling silence was far more terrifying than the sounds they heard, amplifying the sense of dread, uncertainty, and fear that enveloped them. The grainy image on the small screen continued, revealing more of the couple's ordeal. The fire, once a comforting source of warmth, now cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and contort on the walls, transforming the familiar setting into something sinister and menacing. The crackling of the flames seemed to morph into unsettling whispers, barely audible above the growing cacophony of sounds emanating from within the walls of the cabin. At first, the sounds were subtle, a scratching here, a creaking there, easily dismissed as the settling of an old house, the rustling of animals outside. But as the night wore on, the sounds intensified, growing louder, more insistent. There were scrapes against the wooden floorboards, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to resonate deep within the structure itself, and an occasional, guttural groan that sent shivers down the spines of the four friends huddled around the tiny screen. Then came the heavy breathing. Deep, ragged breaths, close to the camera's position, as if someone, or something, were directly behind the lens, its presence felt but unseen. The breath was heavy and labored, like that of someone exerting great effort, or struggling against some unseen force. Chloe gasped, clutching her chest. Ben instinctively reached out and grabbed her hand, his own fingers trembling. Interspersed with these noises were moments of unnerving silence, breaks in the auditory assault that were almost more frightening than the sounds themselves. These silences were pregnant with anticipation, the air thick with an unspoken dread, as if something malevolent was lurking just out of sight, gathering its strength before unleashing its next assault on the terrified couple. The camera's movements became erratic, as if the person holding it was struggling to keep it steady, their hands shaking. Occasionally, brief, blurred glimpses of shadowy figures moving just outside the cabin windows flashed across the screen. The figures were indistinct, their forms barely visible, but their presence was undeniable, a palpable sense of menace that chilled the onlookers to their bones. The couple in the recording, initially oblivious to the more sinister aspects, started to react to the escalating disturbances. Their comfortable posture and jovial conversation gave way to hushed whispers and nervous glances. The woman's hand repeatedly went to her mouth, her fingers trembling. The man, initially calm, began pacing back and forth, nervously glancing around the room. Their expressions shifted from happy anticipation to a growing unease, and finally to sheer, paralyzing terror. Their whispers became more frequent and more frantic, filled with words that were too muffled to understand in the poor quality of the recording. However, the tone of their voices, the desperation in their tones, was clear and chilling. The friends strained to make out the sounds, their heartbeats echoing the growing panic in the video. They could feel the desperation and terror of the couple. They were not just watching a video but experiencing their fear. The camera work became increasingly erratic, the image frequently shaking and jumping, suggesting the person filming was in a state of extreme agitation. At one point, the camera fell to the floor, briefly capturing a fleeting image of a shadowy figure darting across the room before the recording was righted, giving a startling impression of the unseen presence's speed and agility. The video continued for what seemed like an eternity, the tension building with every passing second. The sounds intensified, the shadows grew more pronounced, and the couple's terror became utterly palpable. Their frantic whispers turned into desperate cries for help, the sounds swallowed by the encroaching darkness and the overwhelming sounds of the unknown. Then, abruptly, just as the panic reached its peak, the video cut out. The screen went black, leaving the four friends in stunned silence. The only sound was the rhythmic thumping of their hearts in their chests, a deafening counterpoint to the sudden silence that had fallen over the cabin. Liam was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling. What was that?" Maya, her face pale, shook her head, unable to answer. She still clutched her jacket as if that would stop the chills that raced up and down her spine. Ben, after several moments, checked for any more recording capabilities. He pressed buttons, hoping to salvage any more information, to understand what happened, but found that the old camera had fully malfunctioned, the screen completely black. Chloe stared at the now blank screen, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The images from the video played on loop in her mind, a terrifying montage of escalating horror that chilled her to the bone. The sounds, the shadows, the couple's utter terror, all of it combined to create an experience far more unsettling than any horror movie they'd ever seen. The cabin itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting, they felt. The friends looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. They had witnessed something truly terrifying, something that went far beyond the realm of the paranormal. This was real, raw, and terrifying, an event captured on the old camera. The grainy footage had revealed a brutal struggle for survival, a glimpse into the absolute terror felt by the couple before they met their fate. This feeling of pure terror affected the friends emotionally. They had initially come to the cabin for adventure, for a thrill, but now, faced with the reality of what they had just witnessed, their sense of adventure had been completely replaced by a profound and chilling sense of dread. The darkness seemed to press in on them, the silence heavy and oppressive. The cabin itself seemed to be holding its breath, anticipating the next chilling event. The friends sat in a shared circle, a shared silence and fear consuming them. They had expected excitement but felt terrified, their heartbeats pounding in their ears. Their adventure had turned into a nightmare, but they were not ready to leave. They tried to rationalize their fear, to make sense of what they had just seen, but the unsettling images remained ingrained in their minds, refusing to let go. They were no longer just adventurous friends exploring an old cabin, they had become unwitting witnesses to a chilling tragedy. The silence, broken only by their uneasy breaths, was far more terrifying than any of the sounds they had heard on the video. It was a silence heavy with the unspoken, a silence that whispered of impending doom. They were trapped in the eerie stillness of the cabin, not only physically, but emotionally too, tethered to the terrifying reality of the recording they had just witnessed. They knew, with a chilling certainty, that the night was far from over. The cabin was not merely an abandoned structure, it was a vessel of unspeakable horror, a place where darkness lingered and something dreadful waited. And they, inadvertently, were now a part of its story. Their hearts pounded in their chests. Their breaths grew shorter and heavier. The silence became unbearable, a heavy blanket woven from suspense, fear, and an overwhelming sense of doom. The quiet was far more frightening than the sounds they had previously heard. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the leaves outside, amplified their fear, as every slight sound became a potential sign of an unseen threat lurking nearby. The night's air hung heavy and still, as they braced themselves for the next chapter of their terrifying night in the cabin. Their adventure turned into a desperate survival story. The unseen presence they felt was no longer something they could dismiss as their imagination. It was a tangible force, palpable and horrifying, a constant reminder that they were far from safe. The silence, thick and palpable, filled the room. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the old house, echoed in their ears, amplifying their fear. The feeling of being watched intensified, a constant, lingering presence, turning the cabin into a space where their every heartbeat felt like a thunderclap. The silence following the abrupt end of the video was a tangible thing, pressing down on them like a physical weight. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was a suffocating quietude, pregnant with unseen horrors. The flickering light of the laptop screen cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed across the cabin walls, transforming familiar objects into grotesque parodies of their former selves. The friends exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Then, a low groan, barely audible at first, echoed from the depths of the cabin. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from the very structure itself, a deep, resonant moan that vibrated through the floorboards and into their bones. Chloe gasped, clutching Ben's hand tighter. Liam instinctively reached for a nearby chair, his knuckles white as he gripped the worn wood. Maya, her face ashen, remained frozen, her gaze fixed on the darkened screen. The groan was followed by a series of scratching sounds, as if something was clawing its way through the wooden walls. The sounds were slow, deliberate, each scratch seeming to drag on forever, punctuated by the chilling rasp of wood against wood. The friends held their breath, listening intently, their hearts pounding in unison. The sound seemed to be moving closer, creeping towards them from all sides, closing in on them from the shadows. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the cabin, extinguishing the meager fire in the hearth. The laptop screen went dark, plunging them into near total darkness. The only light came from the sliver of moonlight filtering through a gap in the boarded-up window, casting eerie shadows that danced and twisted across the room. Panic began to rise, cold and sharp, threatening to overwhelm them. In the darkness, the sounds intensified. The scratching grew more frantic, the groaning more insistent. There were whispers now, two faint, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The whispers surrounded them, swirling around them like a malevolent current, whispering promises of doom. Ben fumbled for his phone, its flashlight beam cutting a feeble path through the darkness. The light revealed nothing concrete, only amplifying the shadows and twisting the familiar shapes of the cabin's interior into something alien and disturbing. The walls seemed to pulse and breathe, the wood groaning under some unseen pressure. As the flashlight beam danced across the room, a sudden movement caught their eye. A shadow, fleeting and indistinct, flickered across the far wall. It moved too quickly to be a trick of the light, too deliberate to be mere chance. The shadow vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread and the amplified silence of the cabin. The sounds continued, building to a crescendo of terrifying noises. The scratching, the groaning, the whispers, all merged together into a cacophony of dread that seemed to assault their senses from all directions. It was a symphony of the unseen, a terrifying concert of horror played out in the darkness. Liam whimpered, his voice a fragile whisper against the overwhelming sounds. It's in here, he breathed, his words barely audible above the cacophony. Maya nodded, her eyes wide with terror. I can feel it, she whispered back, her voice trembling. It's everywhere. The entity, whatever it was, seemed to be playing with them, toying with their fear. The sounds would rise to a peak of intensity, only to fall away into a brief, terrifying silence, a silence that was far more unsettling than the sounds themselves. It was as if the entity was deliberately testing their limits, pushing them to the brink of madness. Then, the temperature plummeted. A wave of icy cold swept through the cabin, causing their breath to mist in the frigid air. The cold wasn't just physical, it was a chilling presence, a palpable sense of dread that seemed to seep into their very bones. As the cold intensified, the sound ceased altogether. A complete, terrifying silence descended upon the cabin, broken only by their ragged breaths and the frantic thumping of their hearts. The silence was unbearable. It was a silence that screamed of unseen horrors lurking just beyond their perception. The friends huddled together in a pathetic attempt to create warmth and some kind of shared defense, but the cold seemed to penetrate even through their huddled bodies. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the shadows, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. The sound was followed by a rustling sound. Something was moving in the darkness. Slowly, hesitantly, Ben pointed the flashlight beam towards the source of the sound. In the beam's weak glow, they saw it, a shadowy form, barely visible, shifting and writhing in the darkness. It was a large, amorphous mass, its edges indistinct, its features obscured by the shadows. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, its movements somehow both slow and incredibly fast, making them think of a serpent or something else, much more disturbing. It seemed to be watching them, waiting. The entity seemed to be drawing energy from their fear, growing larger, more defined, more real with each passing moment. Its shape shifted and changed, morphing into a terrifying assortment of grotesque forms, its features constantly shifting between the barely recognizable and the horrifically clear. Terror held the friends paralyzed as the entity moved closer, its shadowy form growing larger and larger, and darker and darker. Its presence was terrifying. They felt that if the entity were to touch them, it could absorb their very essence, leaving them empty shells, devoid of life and energy. The entity paused, hovering near the friends, almost touching them. The chilling aura around it intensified to an almost unbearable level, making the hair on their necks stand on end. They could feel a heavy, dreadful pressure bearing down on them. They felt its gaze, heavy and oppressive, pinning them in place, making them feel as small and insignificant as grains of dust. The fear was almost unbearable, a suffocating weight on their chests. They wanted to scream, to run, but they were frozen in place, trapped in the entity's chilling gaze. Time seemed to slow down, stretching out into an eternity of suffocating dread. The entity's presence was a tangible force, a palpable evil that threatened to consume them. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the entity vanished. The shadows receded, the cold lessened, and the terrible silence was broken by the sound of their own ragged breathing. The friends sat there, shaken and trembling, their bodies weak with terror. The darkness still pressed in around them, and the sense of dread lingered in the air, making the cabin feel suffocating, even as the terrifying presence had vanished. They knew, with a certainty that chilled them to the bone, that what they had witnessed was far more sinister and terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The night was far from over. The entity was gone, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that it would return. The night was far from over, and the friends knew they would be forever haunted by the memory of their terrifying encounter in the woods, the entity a constant presence at the edge of their consciousness. The adrenaline coursing through their veins finally broke the paralysis. Ben, fueled by a desperate need to survive, scrambled to his feet, his flashlight beam darting nervously around the room. "We have to get out of here," he croaked, his voice raspy with fear. Liam and Maya, mirroring his sudden surge of energy, followed suit, their movements jerky and hesitant, as if they expected the entity to reappear at any moment. Their first challenge was the door. It was heavy, old wood, reinforced with thick metal bolts. The bolts were rusted and stubborn, refusing to budge despite Ben's frantic efforts. Each metallic groan of resistance was amplified in the suffocating silence, echoing the growing dread in their hearts. Liam tried to help, his small frame adding little to Ben's strength. Maya, meanwhile, searched desperately for anything that could help, a crowbar, a hammer, anything to force the door open. She found nothing. The cabin was sparsely furnished, deliberately devoid of anything that could be used as a weapon, as if designed for entrapment. As they wrestled with the door, a low, guttural growl emanated from the shadows behind them. It was closer than before, deeper, more menacing. Their escape attempt had seemingly triggered a renewed response from the entity. The growl was followed by a shuffling sound, a sound that scraped against their nerves like sandpaper. They could feel its presence, a cold, suffocating weight pressing down on them, pushing them back towards the shadowed corners of the cabin. Panic threatened to overwhelm them again. Ben turned, his flashlight beam catching a fleeting glimpse of a distorted shadow, shifting and swirling just beyond the range of the light. It was larger now, more defined, its presence palpable, even menacing. The shadow seemed to writhe and twist, its shape momentarily resolving into the semblance of a grotesque face, full of teeth and eyes that seemed to burn with malevolent intent. It was a fleeting glimpse, yet it was enough to send a fresh wave of terror washing over them. The shadow then vanished, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread and a chilling silence that felt heavier than before. Desperation fueled their efforts. They renewed their attack on the door, their movements frantic and uncoordinated. The metal bolts finally gave way with a deafening clang, sending a jolt of shock and relief through them. They flung the door open, expecting freedom, only to be met with another obstacle. The entity was blocking their way. It was no longer a shadow. It was a mass of writhing darkness, a grotesque amalgamation of shapes and forms that defied definition. It had the semblance of a creature, yet it wasn't any creature they had ever seen. Its limbs, or what seemed like limbs, stretched and contracted, ending in sharp, claw-like appendages. Its form was fluid and shifting, a constant state of change that made it impossible to fully grasp its appearance. Its surface seemed to undulate, its texture an impossible blend of smooth and rough, wet and dry. The darkness pulsed and throbbed, emitting a low hum that vibrated in their chests. The entity didn't attack directly. It simply stood in their path, blocking their escape, its presence a physical barrier, more impenetrable than any wall. Its aura was overwhelming, a suffocating blanket of dread that pushed against them, weighing them down, making movement impossible. They were trapped, hemmed in by the entity and the walls of the cabin, their freedom a mere inches away, yet completely out of reach. Liam stumbled back, whimpering. Maya clung to Ben, her body shaking uncontrollably. Ben tried to push forward, to force their way past the entity, but he was met with an invisible resistance, a force that pushed him back with incredible strength. He felt a searing pain, as if something was trying to pull at his soul, drain him of his essence, his very life force. They tried different approaches, attempting to flank the entity, to outmaneuver it. They circled the cabin, searching for another exit, another way out, but every door, every window, Every possible escape route was blocked. The entity seemed to anticipate their every move, to be aware of their every intention, always positioned to obstruct their escape. It was a relentless game of cat and mouse, a terrifying dance of survival where the stakes were their lives. The struggle continued for what felt like an eternity. They pushed, they pulled, they scrambled, their movements desperate and frantic, their hopes dwindling with each failed attempt. Their bodies were screamed in protest from the physical and mental strain. Their lungs burned and the air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear. The sounds of their struggle with gasps, grunts, and the entity's low, guttural growls and the scraping of its movements created a terrifying symphony of desperation and dread. Then, something unexpected happened. As Ben attempted to push past the entity, he stumbled, his flashlight falling from his grasp. The beam of light, falling to the floor, illuminated a small, almost invisible crack in the wooden floorboards. It was a minor detail, easily overlooked, but under the intense pressure of their predicament, it sparked a new idea. Ben pointed the crack out to his friends. The crack seemed to lead into a small, concealed space underneath the cabin. It was a slim chance, a desperate gamble, but it was their only hope. With renewed determination, they began to pry up the floorboards, their hands trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. They worked together, their movements synchronized by the urgency of their situation, digging into the floor with their bare hands and what little force remained in them. As the floorboards came away, revealing a dark, claustrophobic space beneath the cabin, the entity reacted. Its form shifted and twisted, its movements more agitated, its presence more menacing. It was aware that they were attempting a new form of escape, and it didn't intend to let them succeed. But the friends, fueled by their desperation, ignored the entity's presence, their focus locked on their escape. They squeezed through the narrow opening, crawling into the darkness beneath the cabin floor, leaving the entity behind in the relative safety of the night. The darkness beneath the floor was absolute, the chilling sounds of the night were muted, the entity's presence less palpable, only the frantic beating of their hearts, their breaths, and the cold of the earth filled the void. They had escaped the cabin, but their ordeal was far from over. The vast, silent woods stretched ahead, full of shadows and unseen terrors. They were alone in the darkness, with only their wits and their fear to guide them. The woods were the entity's hunting grounds, and their escape was only the first step in a terrifying struggle for survival. The grainy image flickered, the last vestiges of light fading into a static-filled black screen. The GoPro, miraculously still recording, had abruptly cut out. The final frame, a distorted, blurry image of twisting shadows and something vaguely humanoid, hung suspended in digital darkness before dissolving into the impenetrable void of nothingness. Silence descended, a thick, heavy blanket smothering the lingering echoes of the previous moments. The only sound was the low hum of the laptop, a stark contrast to the raw, visceral horror just witnessed. Ben, Liam, and Maya sat huddled together, the chilling silence amplified by the confined space of the viewing room back at the cabin, the same cabin they had escaped just moments before, or at least what felt like just moments before. The reality of what they had just witnessed slowly seeped in, replacing the adrenaline-fueled panic with a bone-deep chill. The sheer horror of it, the sheer impossibility of what they had seen, threatened to overwhelm them. They stared at the black screen, the silence punctuated only by their ragged breaths and the occasional shudder that racked their bodies. What was that? Liam finally whispered, his voice trembling, barely audible above the hum of the laptop. His eyes were wide, reflecting the fear that etched itself onto their faces. He looked from Ben to Maya, searching for some semblance of understanding, some explanation for the unspeakable horrors they had just witnessed. Maya didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the black screen as if expecting the footage to somehow resume, to reveal the answer to the enigma they had encountered. Her hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles white against her pale skin. The experience was not something easily discarded. Ben, however, had begun to collect his thoughts. His initial fear was giving way to a grim determination. He had witnessed the impossible, and now he had to understand it. He reached for his phone, the familiar cool surface a grounding element in the overwhelming chaos of his feelings. His fingers, despite their slight tremble, skillfully navigated the interface. The video files needed to be secured, backed up. This could not be lost. "We need to get this to someone," Ben said, his voice stronger now, a semblance of composure returning to his tone. "Someone who can understand this." He spoke about experts, perhaps cryptozoologists, or even researchers into the occult. He knew it was a long shot, but it was a starting point. There was no one else they could share this burden with, this experience. There was simply no one else to share the responsibility with. It was all up to them, this impossible situation. This impossible task. The process of backing up the footage was slow, agonizing. Each second that ticked by felt like an eternity, stretching the tension between them to the breaking point. The weight of their shared experience pressed down on them, an invisible burden only they could feel. Once the process was completed, they needed to analyze the footage, to break down each terrifying moment, to try to understand it. They needed to find answers. It was the only way to deal with their trauma, the only way to understand what they had witnessed. The fact was that this was an incredible discovery, and this had to be shared with others, somehow, some way. As they started frame-by-frame analysis, their unease increased. They noticed subtle details they had previously overlooked in their initial viewing. Whispers on the audio track that seemed to be coming from beyond the range of the camera. Flickering shadows in the periphery, barely visible but undeniably there. Distorted faces that appeared briefly, then vanished as quickly as they emerged, leaving an uncanny feeling and a sense of lingering discomfort. The more they watched, the more disturbed they became. The cabin itself seemed to hold some kind of evil, an entity which they couldn't understand, couldn't define. Every creak of the structure, the snapping of twigs, seemingly innocuous sounds in the normal context, created a wave of terror in their minds. It was as if the cabin itself had gained some form of sentience, whispering warnings and secrets to those who were brave or foolish enough to listen. Days turned into weeks. They spent countless hours poring over the footage, dissecting each moment, trying to piece together the puzzle of what had happened. They had found a way to download the files without any loss in quality, and they had uploaded the files to a number of servers. However, they had been unable to contact anyone who was knowledgeable in such matters. This left them feeling vulnerable. There was no way to really get outside help, and it seemed that they were completely on their own. Their attempts to contact experts proved fruitless. Their emails were ignored, their calls unanswered. The footage, despite its undeniable horror, seemed too unbelievable, too far outside the realm of accepted reality for anyone to take seriously. The world refused to acknowledge the existence of what they had seen. The burden of their knowledge, of their horrifying discovery, weighed heavily on them, isolating them in their shared trauma. The silence that surrounded their discovery became just as terrifying as the events within the recording itself. It was an invisible wall, cutting them off from the rest of the world, leaving them alone to grapple with the implications of what they had found. The longer they stayed in the area, the more they felt the presence of the entity, even in the absence of visual proof. They started hearing whispers in the wind, sounds in the dark that defied explanation. The shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen, twisting into grotesque parodies of their own forms. The very air seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a cold, palpable presence that invaded their minds and bodies, leaving them drained and filled with dread. The isolation, combined with the ever-present sense of dread and the chilling reality of their experience, began to take its toll. The vibrant energy and youthful enthusiasm they had possessed at the start of their adventure was replaced by something dark, something haunting. Their sleep was plagued by nightmares, their days filled with an oppressive fear that never seemed to truly dissipate. Their story remained untold, a chilling testament to the horrors that lurk beyond the veil of ordinary perception. The video footage, a digital tomb of their ordeal, serves as a chilling warning. Some doors are best left unopened, some secrets are best left undisturbed. The darkness within the cabin remains, a silent reminder that some terrors exist beyond human comprehension. The fate of the previous occupants of the cabin remained a haunting mystery, a horrifying question mark hanging over their own terrifying escape. Their ordeal had ended, but their journey into the depths of fear had just begun, a journey that continued as they navigated the treacherous waters of trauma and disbelief. The implications of what they discovered were immeasurable, and there was no easy way to understand it, or to explain it to others. The world remained unconvinced, and they were left to bear their burden alone, a burden of unspeakable horror and a terrifying mystery that haunted them long after their physical escape from the cabin in the woods. The last frame of the GoPro footage remained burned into their memories, a haunting reminder of the terrifying entity and the chilling horrors that lurk beyond the realm of human understanding. The woods remained silent, yet the silence spoke volumes. Story 6: The Ghost Ship. The static crackled, a malevolent hiss that seemed to claw its way into the very fabric of reality. Ben, Liam, and Maya huddled closer, the flickering laptop screen casting eerie shadows on their faces. It wasn't the grainy quality of the found footage that unnerved them this time, it was the sheer unsettling nature of the audio. This wasn't the chilling whispers from the cabin, this was something far older, something far more sinister. This was a distress call. The audio file, recovered from a forgotten corner of a maritime museum's archive, was labeled simply USS Nightingale 1942. The label, itself, was the only identifiable element. The recording began with a cacophony of noise, the relentless crash of waves against the hull, the creak and groan of aged timbers protesting under strain, the mournful cry of the wind. Then, a voice, barely audible above the static, sliced through the chaos. It was a man's voice, strained, desperate, laced with a terror so profound it seemed to vibrate through the speakers. Words were broken, fragmented, swallowed by the static, only occasionally emerging with chilling clarity. Mayday. Mayday, this is the USS Nightingale, we're sinking. The words were followed by a prolonged silence, punctuated by the agonizing sounds of the ship's demise, the snapping of metal, the splintering of wood, the guttural groans of the vessel as it succumbed to the relentless assault of the sea. Then, a new sound emerged, a low, guttural growl, a sound that couldn't be attributed to any known natural phenomenon. It was a deep, resonant sound, vibrating deep within the chest of the listener, a primal sound that resonated with an unimaginable darkness. It was a sound that suggested something unearthly, something beyond human comprehension. The voice returned, weaker now, on the edge of incoherence. Not water, something else, in the depths. He paused. There was a considerable effort made to even speak. His breaths became shallower, raspy. The desperation in his voice reached almost unbearable levels. The listeners in the cabin almost felt compelled to reach into the computer screen and save him from the horrors in the depths of the ocean. Then came a chilling scream, cut short, abruptly silenced by the overwhelming cacophony of static and the unrelenting groan of the dying ship. The growl intensified, growing louder, closer, as if it had been summoned by the man's final gasp. The audio ended abruptly, the final moments drowned in a deafening surge of white noise. The silence that followed was thick, heavy, pregnant with unspoken terrors. What was that? Growling? Maya whispered, her voice barely a breath. Her eyes, wide and filled with a primal fear, reflected the flickering light of the screen. The recording had had a profound effect on all three of them. Ben, his face pale, ran a hand through his hair. It wasn't just a normal distress call. Something was wrong. There was something else down there, something that caused the ship to sink, he stated firmly. He was looking to understand the implications of the sound, the implications of the loss of the ship. The sheer horror was almost incomprehensible. There was so much left to understand, so much that remained unknown. Liam, usually the pragmatic one of the group, found himself speechless. The recording had somehow breached the barrier of the screen, invading their minds, leaving them shaken to the core. He was usually able to rationalize things, find logical explanations, but this was beyond him. It was completely impossible to explain this in a rational way, as there was no framework to explain the occurrence. The recording had shaken the foundation of his beliefs about the world. They replayed the audio file, painstakingly analyzing each fragment, each distorted sound, each agonizing pause. The more they listened, the more convinced they became that something truly monstrous was responsible for the loss of the Nightingale. The static itself seemed to hold a malevolent energy, pulsating with an unseen presence. There were moments where it felt as if the sound of the growl could be felt, a chilling physical manifestation of the sound, causing the hearers to shudder and shrink away from the screen. The sheer horror and impossibility of this event threatened to overwhelm them. The chilling nature of the audio made it clear that the loss was not only due to the power of the sea, but the intervention of something sinister and malevolent. They found several anomalous frequencies embedded within the static, frequencies that lay far outside the normal range of human hearing. These frequencies were likely the reason for the physical reaction. These frequencies felt like the entity was truly communicating itself, and truly reaching out. The chilling whispers felt palpable, as if the entity could feel their presence. They almost felt compelled to reach into the digital void and rescue the sailors from their fate. As the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the cabin, Ben pointed to a series of faint clicks within the audio. "It's Morse code," he announced with an increasingly desperate voice. With intense focus, they painstakingly deciphered the signal, their hearts pounding with anticipation and dread. The message, incomplete and heavily obscured by the static, was chilling. It read, "Not human, beyond comprehension." The message ended abruptly, once again replaced by a horrific growl. The implications sent a fresh wave of terror through them. The men who were on the ship had not only perished at sea, but had perished to something more terrifying, something less than human and utterly incomprehensible. The event had brought them to the very edge of sanity, the edge of madness. They were haunted by the sounds, they felt the presence even in the silence. The cold dread that emanated from this audio was profound, almost impossible to contain. Days turned into weeks as they attempted to trace the history of the USS Nightingale. The official records were vague, riddled with inconsistencies and outright contradictions. The ship's loss was classified as a tragic accident, a storm at sea, something easily explained. But they knew better. This wasn't the explanation. The explanation was more terrifying. It felt as if there was a deliberate concealment, some unknown, powerful force working to suppress the truth of the Nightingale's demise, of what happened in the depths. This made the event even more terrifying. They were alone in the world, with a terrifying secret. The more they dug, the more they found anomalies. Eyewitness accounts from other ships in the area spoke of strange lights, unnatural sounds, and disturbing reports of what were described as unnatural movements in the water. These reports were dismissed as mere superstition by the naval authorities, yet these occurrences, along with the distress call, were incredibly sinister and chilling. They suggested that something truly monstrous had taken place at sea, something that was completely alien to human understanding. The fact that there was an attempt at concealment made the entire event even more disturbing. The isolation, the lack of any tangible evidence to support their horrifying discovery, began to gnaw at their sanity. Sleep became a luxury, plagued by vivid nightmares of the ship's sinking, of the monstrous growl, of something unseen and unfathomable lurking beneath the waves. The fear, once a cold, distant presence, now threatened to completely overwhelm them. The sheer horror of the situation began to have physical manifestations in their lives, as their sanity began to slip. They were left with only the haunting audio recording, a chilling testament to the horrors that lurk in the unexplored depths of the oceans, depths that could hold creatures far removed from human understanding, creatures that could shatter the fragile fabric of reality itself. The truth of the USS Nightingale remained shrouded in mystery, a terrifying secret guarded by the depths of the sea, and the silence surrounding the matter felt heavier than the depths of the sea itself. Their ordeal served as a chilling warning. Some mysteries are best left undisturbed, some truths best left buried in the silent, unknowable depths of the ocean. The fear was real, the horror palpable, the mystery of the Nightingale remained. The static intensified, a swirling vortex of white noise that threatened to consume the already fragmented voices. Ben adjusted the audio levels, his fingers trembling slightly. He could make out more now, snatches of conversation, barely coherent whispers that painted a picture of mounting terror. "Something's wrong," a voice croaked, laced with a fear that transcended mere apprehension. It was a deep, guttural sound, almost animalistic in its primal terror. It was clear that the crew's fear wasn't just about the storm, something far more sinister was unfolding. Another voice, higher pitched, laced with panic, cut through the static. "The water, it's cold. Too cold." The words were disjointed, broken, as if the speaker was struggling to breathe, fighting against some unseen, suffocating force. Liam leaned forward, his eyes glued to the screen. He recognized the cadence of the words, a familiar rhythm of desperation that mirrored what he would have heard from someone struggling to survive a storm at sea. But this fear went far beyond that of the natural world. It was something deeper, something older. A third voice, barely a rasp, joined the chorus of terror. "Not the storm, something else." The sentence trailed off, swallowed by the static, leaving a void of unsettling silence. The sounds of the storm could still be heard. The raging wind and relentless waves were constant undercurrents to the crew's terror. But those sounds only highlighted the abnormal nature of the fear. These men were terrified of something beyond the storm, something beyond the ocean itself. Ben rewound the audio, focusing on the subtle shifts in the background noise. The rhythmic crash of waves against the hull was punctuated by sharp, metallic clangs, the sound of something scraping against the ship's side, something that wasn't simply the sea itself. The sounds weren't consistent with the storm's movements, something more sinister was afoot. A series of low, guttural growls began to emerge from the audio, interspersed between the desperate pleas for help. The growls were almost subsonic, felt more than heard, vibrating deep within their chests, causing an involuntary shudder. These growls weren't merely sounds, they were tangible expressions of an unimaginable horror. Maya, usually unflappable, shivered, her face pale beneath the flickering laptop light. "It sounds organic," she whispered, her voice strained. "Like some kind of massive creature." Her words confirmed the growing suspicion of something unnatural. The storm may have caused the initial distress, but the sounds, the fear in their voices, and the sounds of something outside the storm suggested the men on the ship were battling something far more terrifying. The audio continued, a grim symphony of fear and impending doom. One voice screamed, a raw, primal cry of terror that was abruptly cut short, replaced by a chilling silence. The static roared, a malevolent presence that seemed to mock their attempts to decipher the tragedy. The silence was punctuated only by the sounds of the storm, only now it felt like the storm was only a small part of their terror. It was clear now that whatever was causing this fear had not only caused the distress, but had caused it to be cut short. Ben zoomed in on a section of the audio, enhancing the faint whispers. He could now hear clearer words, fragmented sentences that revealed a chilling narrative. One sailor spoke of shadowy shapes in the water, of eyes that watched them from the depths. Another described a pulling sensation, a feeling of being dragged down, down, down into the black abyss. The words painted a horrific picture of a nightmare only hinted at by the initial distress signal. They weren't simply battling the sea, they were battling something far more ancient and far more malevolent. There was something in the sea, in the depths, something more ancient and terrifying that the crew had encountered. The whispers spoke of a growing paranoia, an encroaching dread that consumed them as the storm raged around them. They spoke of a presence, an unseen force that was tightening its grip. The static itself seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, as if something unseen was trying to communicate through the noise, trying to reach them, trying to drag them into the terrifying depths with the crew of the Nightingale. This created a new layer of fear. It was not just a recording of a horrifying event, it was a potential contact, or a potential intrusion. The crew's final moments were filled with an almost unbearable level of terror. Their voices became increasingly distorted, their words broken and gasping, their pleas for help a desperate, fading echo in the relentless static. The final sound was a horrific, guttural roar, a sound that transcended the capabilities of any known creature. It was a sound that spoke of unimaginable power, of ancient horrors lurking in the unexplored depths of the ocean. As the audio ended, a profound silence descended upon the cabin. The silence was not merely the absence of sound, but a heavy weight of unspoken terrors. The screen of the laptop displayed only static, but for Ben, Liam, and Maya, the images of the nightmare played out in their minds. The image of the vessel slowly sinking into the depths, dragged under by something unseen, was almost unbearable. They were haunted by the crew's final, desperate pleas, and the silence that followed only intensified their horror. The haunting growls continued to echo in their ears, long after the recording ended. Days bled into weeks as they continued to investigate, their obsession growing with each passing day. They had been thrown into a terrifying world, where the boundaries of reality itself were threatened by a malevolent, unseen force. The sheer horror and dread were palpable, and they knew, deep within their souls, that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, some truths best left hidden in the silent, dark depths of the ocean. The weight of the secret, the chilling horror of the encounter, threatened to consume them completely. They felt they were falling into the depths, as they fought for control of the haunting visions that the recording had evoked. They were left alone with the chilling audio file, and the terrifying truth that was only hinted at in the desperation and fear of the crew. The recording was no longer just data, no longer just a found piece of the past. It was a living entity, an experience that haunted their minds, their dreams, their waking moments. The recording was a gateway, and they were on the precipice of falling into the dark world it contained. The official reports remained vague, dismissing the ship's loss as a simple storm. But they knew the truth. The truth was far more sinister, far more terrifying. The truth was something that lurked in the depths, something that defied explanation, something that challenged the very fabric of reality. They knew that the sea held secrets that were best left undisturbed, and that some doors are better left unopened. The chilling revelation had shaken them to their core, leaving them to wrestle with the haunting reality of the nightmare that was only hinted at in the sounds from the depths. They struggled to maintain their sanity. The horrific nature of what had happened continued to plague their existence, even as days turned into weeks. The knowledge of what was hidden in the depths continued to grow into a shadow that loomed over them, threatening to swallow them whole. The constant exposure to the audio, the obsessive analysis, the sleepless nights filled with vivid nightmares, were beginning to take their toll. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, the boundaries between the rational and the irrational dissolving into a terrifying chaos. They were living nightmares. The recording had become far more than a simple audio file. It was an entity, an intrusion into their reality. The growls followed them everywhere, a constant, haunting reminder of the horrors they had uncovered. The truth was a horrifying entity that threatened to drag them down into the same dark depths as the crew of the Nightingale. The static crackled, a malevolent hiss that punctuated the already unsettling sounds. Ben leaned closer to the speakers, his eyes straining in the dim light. Beyond the crashing waves and the howling wind, a new layer of terror had emerged. Faint whispers, barely audible above the static, slithered into their ears, chilling them to the bone. They weren't the panicked shouts of men battling a storm. These were whispers, sibilant and unsettling, emanating from a source far more sinister. Liam, his face pale, pointed to the waveform on the screen. "See that? Those spikes, they're not consistent with the storm's rhythm. They're deliberate." The waveform displayed sharp, irregular peaks, interrupting the relatively consistent pattern of the storm's audio. They were irregular and seemed to be intentional. Maya enhanced the audio, focusing on the whispers. A chilling sentence emerged from the noise, pieced together from fragmented words. "Not the storm, something watches." The words were chilling, hinting at an unseen, malevolent presence that was far beyond the storm. The words hung in the air, a silent threat, a precursor to something far more sinister. The whispers grew more frequent, weaving a tapestry of unsettling sounds. They seemed to emanate from all around the ship, a cacophony of unseen voices, creating a chilling and surreal soundscape that was far beyond anything the team had ever encountered. They were not only voices, but the sound of something moving about the ship, something moving with intent. A sound like dragging, a scraping sound accompanied the voices, creating a horrifically visceral experience for the listeners. Then, amidst the whispers, a new sound emerged, a low, guttural moan that resonated deep within their chests, causing a visceral shudder. It was not a human sound, but something ancient, something primal, something that resonated deep within the human psyche. It was far too deep to be human, and had a guttural, disturbing quality. The sound was felt as much as it was heard, vibrating in their bones, causing a primal fear that went beyond simple apprehension. The moan was laced with malevolence, with an ancient, horrifying power that seemed to seep from the depths of the audio itself, a dark presence that was clearly beyond human comprehension. Ben rewound the audio, listening intently. The moan was followed by a series of clicks and scrapes, like metal on wood, growing louder and more frequent. It sounded as if something large and heavy was moving around the deck of the ship, something that didn't belong there. It was something dragging across the deck, moving with a sinister purpose. This was followed by more of the whispers and a growing sense of panic from the crew members. The audio itself seemed to be growing darker, more intense, more sinister, as if it were slowly pulling them into the horror of the event. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the unsettling atmosphere, a raw, agonizing cry that was cut short, replaced by a sickening thud. Silence followed, a heavy, oppressive silence that was far more terrifying than any sound. The silence was interrupted only by the relentless sounds of the storm, but the silence was far more terrifying. It was a terrifying void filled with untold horror. The silence spoke volumes. It spoke of violence, of death, and the sinister silence that followed a horrific act. It was a silence that was heavy with unspoken dread. The team exchanged uneasy glances. The storm was certainly a major factor in the ship's distress, but the whispers, the moans, the scraping sounds, and the scream, these were clear indications of something far more sinister at play. It was something far beyond human capabilities, something that was supernatural, something that had the power to kill. Maya focused on another section of the audio, isolating a particularly chilling sequence. She enhanced the sounds, and a new level of horror emerged. This time, it wasn't the sounds, but the faint echoes of words. She pieced together a horrifying exchange. "It's in the hold." "I see it," eyes glowing. "What is it?" "What do you see?" "It's watching, waiting." The whispers returned, overlapping the fragmented sentences, a cacophony of unseen voices, a horrific chorus of terror, a supernatural soundscape that was unnervingly realistic. The voices spoke of a malevolent presence, something that was lurking in the darkness of the ship's hold, waiting, watching, and judging. The descriptions were chilling. The voices described something ancient, powerful, and impossibly sinister. The sounds intensified, culminating in another heart-stopping scream, followed by a series of bone-chilling growls. These growls were different from those heard earlier. These growls were deeper, more guttural, more ferocious. They were unlike anything they had ever heard before. These growls were not merely sounds, they were the physical manifestation of unimaginable horror. The sheer power of these sounds suggested an entity of unimaginable size and power. The audio abruptly ended, replaced by a wall of static, a fitting conclusion to the horrifying recording. But the static was different now. It felt charged, malevolent, like a barrier between their world and the horrifying reality the crew had encountered. The static was no longer merely static, but rather a barrier that hid the horror, but also suggested an intrusion. It seemed to pulsate with an unseen energy, almost as if it were trying to communicate, to reach out, to pull them into its nightmarish embrace. A silence settled over the room, a heavy, suffocating silence broken only by their ragged breaths. The room was filled with an oppressive dread, a chilling reminder of the terrifying encounter the crew of the Nightingale had experienced. The recording had revealed not just a maritime disaster, but a terrifying glimpse into a world of supernatural horror. They had heard the voices, the screams, the growls, and they knew, with absolute certainty, that they were not alone in this nightmarish investigation. They were only halfway through the mystery, and the deeper they went, the more terrifying it became. The implications were both daunting and chilling. They were dealing with something far beyond human comprehension. The official reports dismissed it as a storm, but Ben, Liam, and Maya knew the truth. They had listened to the whispers, felt the moans resonate in their bones, and heard the horrifying growls that had haunted their minds ever since. The truth was far more sinister, far more ancient, and far more terrifying. The storm had been merely a catalyst, an unfortunate coincidence that brought the crew into contact with a supernatural force lurking in the deep, dark waters, a force that had consumed them entirely. The crew's screams and the chilling growls remained in their minds as a constant reminder of the horrifying encounter. Their investigation had only just begun. The darkness was real, and it was reaching out to them. The next few days were spent in a state of feverish activity, analyzing every detail of the recording, searching for any clues, any hint that might explain the nature of the horrors they had uncovered. They spent countless hours scrutinizing the audio, searching for patterns, for any hint of understanding, but the only thing that emerged was a growing sense of dread and an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. The more they learned, the more terrified they became. They knew that they were dealing with a terrifying entity, something ancient and evil, and that they were only just beginning to understand the full extent of its power. They searched for some kind of explanation, but nothing seemed to fit. Sleep became a luxury, their dreams haunted by the whispers, the moans, and the chilling growls. They saw visions, fragmented images of shadowy figures moving in the darkness of the ship's hold, glowing eyes watching them from the depths of the ocean. The visions were horrifyingly realistic, blending seamlessly with their waking moments. The world around them felt distorted, reality itself seeming to warp and shift beneath the weight of their discovery. The lines between reality and nightmare were blurring, creating a terrifying chaos and leaving them vulnerable to the horrors that awaited them. They tried to make sense of it all, to rationalize their experience, but there was no rational explanation. The growls continued to echo in their minds, a constant, unwelcome reminder of the terror they had unleashed. The growls were no longer only a part of the recording, they were a tangible presence in their lives, a constant manifestation of their dread. They were trapped in a cycle of fear, unable to escape the terror that had invaded their reality. The truth had consumed them. The more they looked into the truth, the more they realized it was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. They knew, deep within their souls, that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, some doors best left unopened. But the mystery of the ghost ship, the horrifying truth hidden in the depths of the ocean, beckoned them onward, drawing them into a world of darkness and dread. They were now inextricably linked to the terrifying legacy of the Nightingale, and they knew that their own fate hung precariously in the balance. The recording was not only a piece of the past, it was a terrifying portal into a realm of supernatural horror, and they were now a part of it. The last sound wasn't a growl, a scream, or even the relentless crash of waves against the hull. It was a click. A single, sharp, metallic click, followed by an almost imperceptible shift in the audio frequency, a subtle change in the background noise that was initially masked by the ongoing storm. Then, silence. A silence so profound, so absolute, it felt less like the absence of sound and more like the presence of something actively suppressing it. The static that had previously been a menacing backdrop now filled the void, but it wasn't the same static. This was thicker, heavier, almost viscous, like a suffocating blanket drawn over the recording. Ben, Liam, and Maya stared at the screen, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow of the monitor. The waveform, once a chaotic jumble of peaks and valleys, now displayed a flat, unbroken line. The end. Not a fade out, not a gradual decline into nothingness, but a sudden, brutal cut. It was as if someone, or something, had deliberately silenced the recording, severed the connection, leaving them hanging in the chilling void of the unknown. "It's unfinished," Maya whispered, her voice trembling. The abrupt ending was far more terrifying than any scream, any growl. It left a gaping hole in their understanding, a space filled with unanswered questions, with horrific possibilities. What had happened to the crew in those final, silent moments? Had they been killed instantly, their cries cut short before they could even escape their lips? Or had something else transpired, something even more sinister, something that had left them unable to even register their own demise? Liam ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his gaze fixed on the screen. The storm, it couldn't have just stopped the transmission. The storm, while fierce, hadn't caused any significant interference in the recording until the very end. This final cut was deliberate, precise, something far beyond a simple technical malfunction. It suggested intent, a conscious act designed to prevent them from hearing, from knowing what happened. They spent the next hour meticulously examining the final seconds, searching for any clues hidden within the static. They zoomed in, enhanced the audio, reversed the playback, but the wall of noise remained impenetrable. The only thing they found was that subtle shift in frequency just before the silence, a blip that was so minuscule, so easily overlooked, it could easily have been dismissed as mere background noise. But to Ben's trained ear, it wasn't noise, it was a signal. A signal that was not a signal. The click resonated with a peculiar resonance. It wasn't the sound of metal on metal, it had a sort of organic quality. Like something snapping. A bone? A joint? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. What if, Liam began, his voice barely a breath, what if the transmission wasn't cut off, but switched? The idea hung in the air, heavy with implications. The silence, the static, the subtle shift in frequency, all of it suggested a deliberate alteration of the broadcast, a change in the source of the signal. The thought of a switch, of someone or something taking control of the transmission and silencing the screams, was more terrifying than the screams themselves. It's like the being that was on the ship was able to disrupt the transmission, almost as if the signal was being interfered with by something else, Maya added, her fingers hovering over the computer mouse. The interference seems purposeful, it wasn't a random occurrence. The sudden shift in frequency could mean the signal was redirected, its original source being silenced. Ben's eyes were fixed on a specific segment of the enhanced waveform. He noticed that a series of very low frequency pulses almost matched the rate of the pulse before the final silence. They were almost too faint to notice, but they were there. These pulses, he said, his voice low, they're almost subsonic. Too low for the human ear to pick up, but they're there. They seem to be the same frequency of the pulse before the silence. The possibility that the crew's transmission was interrupted by a malevolent entity, a being capable of not only physically harming the crew but also technologically manipulating the signal, made the situation far more terrifying. They were dealing with something beyond human comprehension, a being that occupied a space beyond the physical world and could freely manipulate technology and reality at its whim. The image of a creature from the deep, powerful, and intelligent, able to silence the final moments and manipulate reality itself, was now more than just a theory. Days bled into nights as the team delved deeper into the mystery. They explored every possible angle, every conceivable explanation, but the more they learned, the less they understood. The incomplete recording became a haunting symbol of the unknown, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. They were haunted by the silence, the final, abrupt end of the transmission. A silence that spoke volumes more terrifying than any sound ever could. The official investigation, naturally, concluded the loss of the Nightingale was a consequence of the severe storm, a tragic accident at sea. But Ben, Liam, and Maya were left with the chilling truth they discovered within the audio. A truth that suggested something far more sinister, something beyond the realm of natural disasters. They were consumed by their investigation and continued to unravel the chilling implications of what they had uncovered. The incompleteness of the recording only served to amplify the horror, adding another layer of mystery to the disturbing discoveries. The knowledge that they may never know what truly happened to the crew of the Nightingale, that the final moments were deliberately obscured, was a horror that may haunt them forever. The static crackled, a final, mocking whisper from the depths, before the screen went black, leaving them alone with the profound and terrifying silence. The chilling resonance of the last click, the unanswered questions, the unfathomable implications of the unfinished recording, these would forever remain etched in their memories, haunting reminders of the ghost ship and the terrifying secrets it took with it into the depths of the ocean. The case remained unsolved, but the chilling sounds remained firmly entrenched in the minds of the three investigators. The sounds of the storm, the whispers, the moans, the final click, the haunting sounds were etched into their memories, serving as a constant reminder of the terrifying mystery that remained unsolved. The silence of the final moments was more terrifying than any sound, leaving the fate of the crew hanging in the balance, a chilling conclusion to the investigation. The abyss of the deep sea had kept its secrets, and their journey had only just begun. The darkness of the deep, the secrets of the ghost ship, continued to beckon them with a silent, chilling invitation, and they were unwilling participants. The fear was not merely something they had felt, it had become a permanent part of them, a chilling residue of their terrifying encounter. The official Coast Guard report, terse and devoid of emotion, declared the Nightingale lost at sea. A victim of the tempest, they concluded, swallowed whole by the unforgiving ocean. No wreckage, no debris, no survivors. Just the howling wind and the relentless churn of the waves, a stark, brutal end to a ship and its crew. But the official explanation offered no solace to Ben, Liam, and Maya. Their investigation had uncovered far too much to accept such a simple, clean conclusion. The chilling audio, the final, abrupt cutoff of the transmission, the unsettling subsonic pulses, these weren't the hallmarks of a mere storm. The Coast Guard's search, initially extensive, dwindled rapidly. Days turned into weeks, the initial flurry of activity replaced by a quiet, almost reluctant acceptance of the loss. Their helicopters, initially buzzing relentlessly over the churning sea, became fewer and further between. The search vessels, initially numerous, were eventually recalled. The ocean, vast and indifferent, had reclaimed its prize, leaving behind only the gnawing emptiness of unanswered questions. The absence of the Nightingale itself became an unsettling component of the horror. A missing ship is a tragedy. A missing ship with a silent, unfinished transmission is a terrifying enigma. The lack of wreckage, of any trace of the vessel, fueled the growing sense of dread. It was as if the Nightingale had not simply sunk, it had vanished, swallowed by something far more sinister than the raging storm. The ocean, in their minds, was no longer just water. It had become a monstrous entity, a hungry maw capable of consuming ships and their secrets without leaving a trace. Their small, cluttered apartment became a makeshift command center, walls plastered with charts, weather reports, sonar scans, all of which yielded nothing. The sonar scans, while revealing the tumultuous seafloor, showed no sign of the ship's wreckage. The weather reports, while detailing the storm's intensity, did not offer any explanation for the sudden silence of the transmission. Each failed attempt to locate the Nightingale only deepened the abyss of their uncertainty, fueling the growing conviction that something far more sinister was at play. Ben, a radio engineer by trade, focused on the technical aspects of the recording. He spent countless hours painstakingly analyzing the audio, poring over the waveform, searching for any hidden clues, any anomaly that might shed light on the final moments. He developed specialized software, capable of isolating and amplifying minute frequencies, searching for patterns in the background noise, desperate to extract some meaning from the static-filled silence. His meticulous work revealed minuscule variations in the signal strength, almost imperceptible fluctuations that suggested a fluctuating interference source. The interference didn't seem random, rather deliberate, calculated, as if a powerful intelligence was manipulating the signal itself. Liam, a former marine biologist, shifted his focus to the ocean itself. He researched deep-sea phenomena, exploring the possibility of some unusual oceanic event that might have caused the Nightingale's disappearance. He delved into the folklore and myths surrounding the area, searching for whispers of unexplained disappearances, of strange occurrences at sea. The research unearthed chilling tales of maritime disasters, of ghostly ships, and creatures that inhabited the depths of the ocean. He found accounts of sudden, unexplained storms, and ships that vanished without a trace. The more he learned, the more convinced he became that the ocean was hiding a terrifying secret. Maya, a historian, explored the ship's past. She meticulously researched the Nightingale's history, poring over shipping records, crew manifests, and maintenance logs. She uncovered rumors of strange occurrences on previous voyages, unexplained malfunctions, crew members falling ill without explanation, whispers of a supernatural presence. The ship's logbooks revealed eerie entries of strange occurrences on earlier voyages. There were mentions of unusual sounds, unexplained lights, and disturbing phenomena that defied rational explanation. The more Maya investigated, the more she understood the Nightingale wasn't just a ship, it was a vessel steeped in a chilling history, a vessel that had seemingly attracted misfortune and unexplained events. Their individual investigations, initially disparate, began to converge. Ben's technical analysis, Liam's biological research, and Maya's historical findings all pointed to a disturbing conclusion: the Nightingale's disappearance wasn't an accident. Something far more sinister, something beyond their comprehension, had claimed the ship and its crew. They presented their findings to a small group of skeptical academics. Their presentation, a blend of technical data, scientific analysis, and historical evidence, was initially met with polite dismissal. But the weight of their evidence, the detailed analysis of the incomplete transmission, the consistency between their findings, the eerie coincidences, and the disturbing historical parallels, slowly began to shift the audience's skepticism. The final, crushing blow was the subsonic pulses. While imperceptible to the human ear, the pulses were undeniably present, and, Ben argued, they hinted at an intelligent control system capable of disrupting not only the Nightingale, but its communications as well. The academics, initially dismissive, now seemed disturbed, their professional detachment replaced by a palpable unease. Their research was far from over. The unsolved mystery of the Nightingale, the chilling echoes of the unfinished transmission, the absence of any wreckage, the subsonic pulses, all pointed towards an explanation far beyond the realm of science, and beyond the understanding of human experience. The chilling truth, they were now convinced, lurked deep within the abyss of the ocean, hidden from sight, a mystery that could haunt them forever. The investigation had only just begun to uncover the horrifying reality that lay hidden beneath the waves, a secret which the ocean would not easily surrender. The silence of the deep, it seemed, had more to say than any scream could ever reveal.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?